Yeah, I use drugs. I can do what I want, bitch. Yeah, I have sex and I don't use protection. It's my hot body. I'll do what I want. I don't go to school and I kill people. Whatever. I'll do what I want.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hello to all you fine people. I made some audio adjustments, so let me know if it's too much, too little. All that good stuff. We're also streaming over on Rumble. We'll probably start over here on YouTube, get into the topic a little bit, and then head over to the Rumble. But I haven't decided yet. We might just stay on both. So say hi to everybody and get moving. Impish, good to see you. Leanie, hello. X-Comer, what's up, buddy? What's up, Liebgot? What's going on, buddy? Tonight's news: Moscow in flames, missiles headed for the U.S., and I'm not wearing any pants. Film at 11. I hope the film isn't of you wearing any pants, Kaiser, because that's my shtick. He's pulling a meaty. He's trying to bring his own news channel into mine. What's up, Just Cause? Hopefully you're getting internet back, or power, internet. You said one of them was down. See, I listen. What's up, Just Dawn? Dazzer, what's up, man? Edward, good to see you. Hey, Mystic. Susan, good to see you. Or Suzanne. Suzanne, probably. What's up, Stevie? Oh, that's my favorite, man bun. When you've had a lot of whiskey and have unsupervised. Adjust the bass down, I assume. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Yeah, that sounds better coming back to me too. Fantastic. Like too much. Don't hold back. Free speech zone. What's up, AP? What's up, Beers? What's up, Valhalla awaits? And Linda. All right, I adjusted it down. Hopefully it's better, Kaiser. Hey, Mimi. I thought I already did, didn't I? Shit. Yeah, I already pinned it. I do my stuff right the one time, and you still yell at me. All right. So, and then we have Impish over on Rumble. We are, like I said, streaming live on both Rumble and the YouTubes. So, I'm trying to see, because I don't remember saying hi to her. I did this topic for one of our viewers. And I don't see Barb yet, but she should be in. She usually shows up a little bit after. I pinned it when I first came into studio. It might not have showed up until I started the stream. I don't know though. So this is my first like organized show back, and got a doozy for you. So Barb wanted me to go into everything because she said that she was a little bit concerned with the state of the media talking about nukes and Russia. So I thought, what a good opportunity to go back through and look at nuclear arms control, kind of a little bit of the Russian nuclear program, timelines, things of that nature. And we'll go from there. I think it's fascinating. It's something that blow me, man bun. Just because you're drunk doesn't mean you're immune from criticism. And I'm going to give it. So anyways, where were we at? What's up, Caitlin? So, like I said, it's something that's fascinating, the other side of the program. So we'll go into a little bit of the history behind it, and then from there, we'll go into some other things. So I found this pretty good resource that I'm going to completely rip off and narrate, and what's up, Alex? I'm not overly excited about the audio. Okay. I also hear it peaking. I think it's much more sensitive, so it's much like I have more control than I used to. So so I'll mess with it as we go, but I think that fixes it. It's clipping it because it doesn't. There, that should be a little bit better, hopefully, at least. It was clipping it because I thought it was too loud, but maybe not. All right, cool. That should be a little bit better. If it still sucks, let me know, DB. So let's get started. So totally transforming this content. So this is from the Los Alamos National Laboratory, which is in New Mexico, which I visited in 2020. So it talks about the Yalta Conference, or the Potsdam Conference, held in occupied Germany. Trinity test occurred on July 16th, 1945, or the day before the conference began. As we know, the United States and Russia were enemies. So the Soviets, much as the Chinese are currently doing, began stealing our technology. So wonderful of them. That's what I didn't want it to do. This should go away. There we go. I knew it did. So we had the atomic spies that were watching over our program. Yeah, I don't. Here. All right, this is just for you, Libby. It's because the mouse is right next to it, so you hear every click. That should be better, but I feel like it's probably not. So the Soviets began stealing all of our nuclear secrets. These are some of the guys. Blah, blah, blah. I mainly wanted to use this one So George Koval died in Moscow on 31 January 2006. His role was never officially recognized until 2 November 2007, when the Kremlin announced his posthumous decoration with the highest state honor, Hero of Russia. Cited among his major contributions to the Soviet atomic project were the design of the neutron fuse for the first atomic device, which was tested August 23rd, 1949. Koval was cited for his courage and heroism while carrying out special missions and was the only Soviet intelligence officer to infiltrate the Manhattan Project's secret plans. So, despite their best, it was still infiltrated. Yeah. So their spy program was very influential, and so this is their first one, an awful lot like the nukes of the American development. So there's not enough delineation to think that it wasn't stolen, in my opinion. And we're not going to go through this because there's so much, but not through all of it. So the Third Reich obviously had a lot of contributions with people like Albert Einstein. For us, it's just fitting that the Russians also got influence from the Third Reich. So for the Soviet nuclear weapons program, the most significant contribution from the defeated Third Reich was the location and seizure of 300 tons of uranium, 100 tons from the heavily bombed, I don't know what that word is, plant in Orienberg, and 100 tons was from a leather tanning factory in Neustadt glue. The material was used to fuel reactor A, located in the Urals, that provided plutonium for Joe 1. In addition, German scientists Rao and Zippy provided the Russians with information on uranium metallurgy and enrichment. Likewise, captured German rocket technicians and rockets, such as Wasserfall, helped jumpstart the Russian IRBM and ICBM programs. So, yeah, we spend a lot of time on our own stuff, but we often don't grab the other side of it. So, thought it was important to maybe go over that. Here's the former Third Reich scientist from the nukes. And obviously, again, we had a lot of impact both on our nuclear program as well as well, shows you how much I don't care about the German people. Anything I want now, just be a pretty female and you can swallow your tongue. Yeah. We definitely have some leaks, that's for sure. It was much harder to do back then. So these are the cast of characters. And of course, the US side, we had von Braun, who was instrumental in rocket technology, which they like to twist and say was just for peaceful purposes. But the first rocket that went to space was first rocket in the program was a Mercury Redstone. That was an ICBM. So the Mercury Redstone project was primarily an ICBM that they decided to put people on. So don't let them bullshit you and tell you that it was all for peaceful purposes, because that came far, far after. There's Barb. Good to see you. So these are the design departments. These are some of the sites and drawings and things like that. The pressure to test was 100% chance of success. And this is just a good size of the bomb. Here's some locations of where it was. And I wanted to get through. So here's Joe 1. So this is their first atomic bomb. And data collection tower. So these would have been fission bombs. Very primitive. Not that difficult to make if you have the plutonium and enriched uranium. It's just some plans, and there's some really good deep dive stuff in here. Layout test to see the damage that was caused. They put farm animals in one quadrant. They put aircraft in another, tanks and infantry in another, and then just general buildings in the fourth. So so this is the Joe 1 control center and observation bunker. That would have been really cool to be a part of. But so that's the crater that Joe 1 left. So it destroyed everything around it and left that big crater. So then, of course, it was publicized from President Truman. And there were some pictures in here, because I don't want to go through all this. So there's the test site. I mean, there's a lot of areas in Russia where you can test. This would be cool to see. All the test craters from the Balapin. I want to go to Russia at some point, but can't right now. So here's another one of the nuclear test sites, and I put a bunch of pretty pictures. I thought this was interesting how they have aerial of all of these different bases. Pretty unassuming unless you know what you're looking for. I actually don't, Libby, if you happen to. Here's another one of their test sites. I mean, again, unassuming if you're not, if you don't know what's there. Joe 2 uranium implosion tritium boosted. So this is the beginning of a Joe was not an acronym. Code name given to the first nuclear test. Oh. So Joe 2 was designed and given to the Chinese. Potentially. So this was the first attempt at fission. I got sidetracked by chat, as usually happens. 20 kilotons. So this is a foray into the thermonuclear sphere. So this is an airdropped bomb. So they started air bursting them to see what different effects it had from being on the ground to the air. The layer cake. yeah, it could have been, it could have just made sense that it was with Stalin too. Osaka's original target. Well, was Russia trying to bomb Japan? Because that would make sense, but Joe 5 was plutonium core. Plutonium is nasty stuff. 28 kilotons, and this goes into all of them. We're just going to touch on them. In a military training exercise involved 45,000 troops. And it obviously contaminated thousands of those Russian soldiers. So this one jumps into 17. And they detonated this one in water or ice. This one has different stages of bomb, so it wouldn't all. Huh. Yeah, I don't know that for sure. So. This thing is absolutely terrifying. So this is the Tsar Bomba, and the United States says it was 50 megatons. Russia says it was, or the Soviet Union says it was 100 megatons. All I know is it was huge. I mean, this thing was massive, and it was incredibly intense. This is a nuclear explosion site. So this is declared and detected tests. So as we see, and I don't know, there's so for scientific instruments, there is and other things, but mainly scientific instruments, there is an importance or a need for metals that happened prior to this 1945 time, prior to the atomic age, because it's not contaminated. So for precise instrumentation, things of that nature, it's really important that they find pre-atomic era metal samples. So they'll go down to boats under the water, things like that. And that metal is worth considerably more because it's not irradiated by all this testing. As we can see, the United States made up a bulk of the testing. 1961, there was a lot. Very well could be. What do they call U.S. soldiers? What did they call? I assume that's Y. But I don't know. Yeah, and that's true as well. There's some contamination with carbon dating, which they found is not as reliable as they thought because of all their nuclear testing. What's up, buddy? And as we see, we've had North Korea in 2006, 9, and 13 testing nuclear weapons. So, not to bash on the United States, but we tested the hell out of nuclear weapons to then say that it's bad to test nuclear weapons. Probably a little bit over-tested nuclear weapons. And we have a lot of tests by the Soviets, some by the UK, India and Pakistan. But obviously the bulk of it is from the United States, and then a lot of it from the Soviets. Yes, yes, I do. Here's where a lot of the nuclear centers are held. Of course, they're all located here. Nothing is up in the Siberia region. It's just too damn cold way up here. And mostly frozen over. Here's so these are the ones that we know about. I'm sure that there are other plants or other installations that either aren't on this list or completely unknown. So and I think so here's I was really excited about the aerial shots of these because I know in the States a lot of them are still restricted by Google or whoever. So to see all of these buildings from the aerial or the drone footage or satellite footage or whatever that is, it was pretty neat. So there's a rocket sled facility. That's cool. And then, of course, a museum for nuclear warheads. I'd also go there. I assume that these are inert, but hell, knowing Russia, who knows? And we can see the differences. So that's a 2 megaton warhead. So, and megatons are the equivalents of TNT, for anyone who doesn't know. So how equivalent it is to TNT being detonated. How many it would take to make that up. So here are nuclear shells, 40 kiloton warhead, which is pretty intense. Like, that would do some damage. The reactors, some more. This is Chelyabinsk. So that's where that meteor hit in Russia and lit up the sky. That's so cool. I would happily talk to you about that. That's awesome. That's what I'm saying, but I'm also saying that it's Russia, so who knows? I'll have to look it up. Just because I want to be sure. So a kilo is 1,000 tons, and a megaton is 1 million tons of TNT. Just wanted to be accurate. Tunguska is the older one. I actually have a Tunguska meteorite on my desk. Yeah, I think it's cool to go back to that origin. So that's neat. Down the road from maybe down the road from us is where there's a facility called Willow Run, and that's where they made a lot of the B-29s. General Motors built a plant to help build the B-29s. So, yeah. Yep, absolutely. Oh no, you could do it with one pretty easily. If you need help, Brain, I could build one. Allegedly. What's up, Fast Group? Yeah, AMG too. They all switched to war effort. So here's just some images of some different bombs that they produced. They all obviously very, very phallic. CTC, compact thermonuclear charge. And this gets into some of the bomb building. I'm going to do a more detailed and in-depth how to build a nuclear warhead, because I think it would be fun. And the first one was like a general overview. Damn, that sucks. So this is obviously uranium production or plutonium production. Plutonium is from, you process uranium in a reactor, nuclear reactor, and it produces plutonium. So plutonium is some nasty stuff, and they won't let me have any. I wonder why. I wonder why. They should. I mean, I would think that they would. Why wouldn't they? What am I going to do with plutonium? Don't answer that. Hang on. I was like, I'm gonna figure something out, but then I didn't know where it would be, but it's right here. I won't say where this is because there is a special prohibition against taking photographs. And that's me. It's on my thing. So go hit like right there. I know, that's what I'm saying. There are so many things I need plutonium for, but they just won't let me have any. One day. That's not the same one. So if anybody happens to have any spare plutonium laying around and wants to, I'll come pick it up. No, thorium's not hard to get. I have thorium. I have a bunch of thorium. I just can't get plutonium. Yeah, I mean, well, that's why nobody ever invades our country, because there are too many people here with weapons that would be incredibly challenging. So, and they are, Dazer. They just suck. They're such downers. I keep coming back to this one. Yeah, I think there's much more effective weaponry or tools that you could take on your backpack than a nuclear warhead, honestly. That maybe wouldn't kill the operator. And I know that there's some people that in some cultures that wouldn't mind dying for the cause, but there are more prudent ways to do it. What? That seems like a statement, but I don't understand what that means, Xcomer. We can make it happen, Beers. We can make it happen. Aw, that's so sweet of you, Brain Free. Fantastic. I'll be there in 20 minutes. That's so cool. I think you're newer to the channel, if I remember correctly. I often show off my uranium. I have some uranium, but no plutonium. Because Mystic won't let me refine highly enriched uranium in the basement so that I could make plutonium. I know, it's terrible. Yes. Yes, Belindris. Oh, no, I'm not, like I said, I'm not gonna comment on it. Yeah, we could do that. There's always the thought of, see, here we go. I'm off. There's a lot of different ways we could do that. You could do it with the nuclear quartz batteries. You could also do it with thorium reactors or molten salt reactors. There's a couple different ways that could be cool. So I don't know. I mean, we'll figure it out when I get there. I know, man bun. Yell at her. It's kind of an ongoing thing. No. That's what I'm saying, but I gotta run the centrifuge, and you have to run it for a long time, and wife would not be very happy about that. Yeah, I mean, there's several things that look like they could be promising, so it's interesting time to be alive. So here's a bunch of different this is a reactor, a Russian reactor design, so they slide them in. High power channel reactors. So how big does a reactionary debate a power, say your average house or street? Have to be. Okay. How big does a reactor have to be? That's a loaded question because it would have to be surprisingly big. So the problem with the how big question is right now we use a very primitive technique in nuclear reactors. So all a nuclear reactor is used for is to heat water and cycle the water. Heat, cycle, stream, turn a turbine. Now, and this is what frustrates me about fusion, is they're doing the same damn thing. They're just building a tokamak, suspending the fluid, heating up the plasma, and then going to heat water with the plasma. At least some of the reactors. But there's so much energy. If we could actually harness that energy out of the reaction, then you could do it. You could have a desktop nuclear reactor. But now it takes so much, because you have to have the boiling system, the heating system, the cooling system. You have to have the titanium rods for runaway. You have to, or graphite rods for runaway. So many different pieces and parts. So it's not like I can just build a little pocket-sized reactor. I have to build the entire thing. So I have to build the turbine. I have to build all the water systems, different generation systems. And that's why it's as ineffective as it currently is. If we could harness it straight from the reaction, that's where it would be. What's up, Sean Hates Mornings? Exactly. That's the biggest thing. All right. Yeah. That's what I just said, Sean. But it could be so much more efficient. Fusion has no waste. It has to. It has to. It breaks conservation of energy if it doesn't have waste. Yeah, and that's true. The Chinese have a jump start. We'll get there if we put it into it. What's up, Shizzy? No, you're okay, buddy. I know. Fusion is sun power. Exactly. Fusion is hydrogen in the sun fusing to make helium and incredible amounts of energy. I've seen some of the... Anyways, I'm not going to argue that point on you right now. I disagree. Because they haven't sustained a reaction long enough to... I mean, the helium itself would be a byproduct, therefore waste. And yeah, we could reuse it, but it will create byproducts and need to be fueled with hydrogen. Because if not, we'd get to helium, and then you get to heavier elements all the way up to blah, blah, blah. So. No, I don't mind having the discussion. I just don't want to get too far off. Of course. Of course. All that to say, we have a long way to go. Graphene. I knew what you meant. I agree with that. I don't think in our lifetimes, but eventually we're going to have to if we want to move past the... If we want to take more than one step past the Stone Age, we're going to need to. Chelyabinsk. So, this guy did a lot of work. His PowerPoint is shit. It has way too many words on it. But he did some nice work gathering information. So that's just a protector. See, they aren't terribly large anyways. Nuclear weapon delivery systems. They have trains. They have rockets. Obviously, the T-4 or the Tu-95. That's a big aircraft. Strategic bomber, so small tactical nuclear weapons. I have no comment. No comment on No Dong. No Dong. That's a North Korean rocket, so no Dong. But as we see, they're just further developments from the original. So you just build on it and improve upon it. So I love, this is the one thing that I love about the Russian space program and rocket program. So they started by ripping off a V2, which was an original, and typo dong. What about nuclear rockets? I don't think they're viable. I think there's too much risk with a nuclear rocket. You have to get the fissile material off, and rockets at this point are way too unreliable. So if you have nuclear rockets, they're going to be carrying fissile material that could, when you wrap them with their current technology. Now, I know a guy that is working on it, but with the current technology and the unreliability, I think that there's a serious concern with launching fissile material into space. Hang on one moment for me. I have an emergency to attend to real quick. Hang on. I'm just gonna turn on some music. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. And there we go. Oh, looks like you guys were talking to each other. All right, I'm getting through chats. What? Yeah, I'm sure. No, so I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the music. My son was problems with my son. We're good. Thank you everybody for hanging out and for your patience. It's much appreciated. We got that all taken care of. So this is one of my favorite actual spacecrafts because it has the Korolev cross when it launches. So I'll show a quick video of the R7s. I figured you would be, Levy, since you bugged my place. So this is what the Russians rely on for travel to space and also their intercontinental ballistic missiles, since they're both about the same thing. Pretty powerful. Alright, Rabbit, have a good night. So this is a Soyuz rocket, and I could have just played this, but sorry, I had to run quick. Oh, and I'm listening. So this is an onboard cam of the rocket. Okay, okay. That's something I gotta figure out, because I can't hear anything from the rocket. The volume back to me is terrible. So we'll be getting into it. So there's strap-on boosters. I didn't watch that yet. So, as you'll see here, so the rockets make a cross when because they flip off from the, so they make a cool cross, and that's the Korolev cross. So the R7 still uses. Not now, the launch before. Oh. I didn't hear any of it. There's no sound here. But that's the Korolev cross. So that's the R7 that they still use for a lot of their space travel. Things like that. So here's their land-based ICBMs. They do not land. They're fully dumped. They don't reuse any of it. Here's the SS Satan. That's what they call the rocket, is the Satan rocket. because it rains down hellfire. The S-24 Scalpel. So this actually launches from train cars, as you see. So it's hidden in just regular train cars. Pops up and it can launch anywhere, which is absolutely terrifying. Yars 24, it launches from trucks that move it. And they have several of these mobile ICBM launchers, which is what you see a lot in the parades and stuff like that. No, they're not a third world country. And here's some Russian subs. They also have some of these. So they have a wide array of nuclear weapons. There's a car, and that's the Russian sub. So they're massive. This is a football field, I take it. I think. Yeah, I know. So this is some posturing. Blah, blah, blah. And it's a cool picture. All right. So that's all with that one. That's not. So a couple things that I wanted to go into now are so as we know, yeah, now they're on the move. So as we know, so that's what we're going to get into now. It's a little bit more of that. It's a compilation of the shit. I lost it. It's the hotspots on the bomb, essentially. Oh, it'd be insane. I would be interested to see one of them, or see the math on how they launch them from a sub. I know that they essentially shoot them out so that they're far enough. I've seen them before, and they kind of dip the tail so the tail is not directly on the sub. So I don't know if it's pressure related. I've never really looked into it, but they'll go outwards before they actually ignite. So they're not launching from the sub. But that's underwater. So, and I don't know if they do above the ground. So, I don't know that would make much of a difference. Yeah, I'll look for one after. Usually I'm the only one streaming at this particular time for the most part. That's why I picked it. So here is the Soviet Union in 1991 collapse made Russia the inheritor of a vast majority of the USSR's weapons of mass destruction. Although Russia has substantially reduced its stockpiles from the Cold War peaks, it still controls one of the world's largest and deadliest nuclear forces. And deteriorating relations with the United States have stalled further arms control diplomacy. And not only stalled it, completely eradicated it. So this is just some numbers. So they have approximately 6,000 nuclear warheads that we know about. They have about 1,500 that are supposedly dismantled, or going to be dismantled. They have about 2,500 that are strategically deployed. Well, and that's one of those things that we'll talk about. Yeah, I'll find one. Me? I'm not going to tell you where I'm hiding. But I think it's kind of funny that I took a week to go away right before all this shit happened. I don't know. Different sound. I'm just saying. Better connection. Well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it. And you probably won't like my answers. So they have 466 ICBMs, or submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Nuclear, about 35,000 nuclear weapons after the fall of Soviet Russia. They're limited to 1550 under the New START Treaty. They have removed themselves from START and SALT, so that number's not going to continue to go down. It's going to go up considerably. Nope. World's largest stockpile of non-strategic tactical nuclear weapons. So a lot of people will say that they are, and we're not going to get into biological and all that stuff. A lot of people will say that they have dumber bombs or worse missile technology. I don't know about that. They definitely have the most nukes, and they have some pretty big ones. If we get into nuclear war and we start launching nukes, it doesn't matter that the U.S. has fancy dial and nukes or, different stuff like that. It matters on sheer power, in my opinion. So, of course, why wouldn't it? It would always be. I told you the president, bitch. You said you weren't going to pay. Very much so. It's in the reading material. So that's a little bit about what their program is and stuff like that. This one I wanted to share just for the video. Oh shit, this one's like an hour. This is just supposed to be the one. We'll watch it for a minute and see if it's interesting. Oh, there's this one.
Новых образцов водородных зарядов 30 октября 1961 года был произведен взрыв чистой водородной бомбы с тротиловым эквивалентом 50 миллионов тонн.
Yeah, it's probably Russian. So this is the actual bomb. Yeah, this is the biggest yield ever for a bomb. And that isn't the ICBM and everything else. That is just the bomb. that is just a nuclear warhead. I mean, it is massive. And it has fins for stabilization, but it doesn't have any propulsion. I'll turn it back.
Изделие было помещено в особый железнодорожный вагон. Стенки и крыша вагона разборные.
So there's some interesting stuff, and like I said, I don't want to let this play for an hour. But
Поэтому элементы
there's some
автоматики,
scientists doing scientist stuff.
датчики
That
и
guy's got a great
передающие
mustache.
устройства должны быть настроены на заданную программу с
That guy's beard
абсолютной
leaves something to be
точностью.
desired. I mean, we can watch it. I don't give a shit.
Проверка узлов изделия подходит к концу. Устанавливаются на свои места съемные части бомбы. Закрываются люки. Последний общий осмотр.
Yeah, it's...
Снова погрузка на автоприцеп.
No, and like if you get into mercury redstone and that kind of stuff, it's
Бомба
pretty
подготовлена
insane.
для
Yeah, I
вывода
guess we could
на
watch it at
подвес.
like 1.5.
Одновременно с подготовкой изделия производилась подготовка тяжелого бомбардировщика дальнего действия Ту-95, способного нести бомбу весом 26 тонн. Весь корпус самолета и даже лопасти его винтов окрашивались особой защитной краской, предохраняющей от светового воздействия взрыва.
They had to paint the plane white because of the blast, so it would reflect the... It would reflect all the
Специально
light
оборудованный
and
самолет
energy
лаборатория
from it.
должен сопровождать самолет-носитель. На борту этого самолета были размещены приемная радиотелеметрическая аппаратура, самописцы давления ударной волны,
I don't know if they have subtitles, do they?
осциллографы регистрации мощности
Oh,
взрыва
there
по
we
минимуму
go.
свечения,
Damn,
аппаратура для
2D,
записи
you're
показаний
on
приборов
it,
на магнитную ленту.
Chloe.
Снаружи крепились кинокамеры для съемок явления взрыва с воздуха. Устанавливались
So those are-
калориметры для замера тепловых потоков.
I guess I don't even have to talk. We'll go back to 1.5 and then just have on the closed caption.
Узел связи аэродрома. В его сооружениях пункт радиотелеграфной связи. Аппаратура для радиотелефонных переговоров. Автоматическая радиостанция – одна из самых мощных на севере нашей страны. Все это позволило организовать систему надежной дублированной связи между пунктами, обеспечивающими проведение испытания, которые находились на значительном расстоянии друг от друга.
You can't read that fast, Sean?
Государственный испытательный полигон номер 6 Министерства обороны СССР, на котором должен был производиться взрыв бомбы, расположен на Новой Земле. Район Белушья и Губы – основная база полигона. Здесь размещаются штаб, научные подразделения, лаборатории и вспомогательные службы. На период испытаний в Белушье была сосредоточена группа судов морского обеспечения.
It's technically declassified military footage, so I'm not terribly worried about it. But yeah, that's a good point.
Объединенный
Your favorite
командный
penis
пункт
is
руководства
Romanian.
испытанием находился в подземном сооружении. Здесь большой радиотелеграфный и радиотелефонный узел. В его задачу входило поддерживать двустороннюю связь с пунктами, расположенными на территории полигона, с аэродромом на Кольском полуострове, с самолетом-носителем во время его полета. Расстояние от командного пункта в Белушьей до опытного поля 260 километров.
See, there's something on it. 260 kilometers.
Значительно ближе находилась площадка Д-8. От нее до опытного поля 90 километров. Эта площадка использовалась для подготовки и управления автоматической измерительной и регистрирующей аппаратурой, размещенной в районе взрыва. Средством сообщения между площадкой Д-8 и опытным полем служили военные корабли. Оперативные переброски производились на вертолетах.
That's why you have to have Russian-American converts.
Площадка для сброса бомбы была выбрана в той части Новой Земли, где характер местности создавал наилучшие условия безопасности взрыва. В задачу испытания не входило изучение разрушительного действия ударной волны. Поэтому мы не видим в районе опытного поля специально воздвигнутых зданий, а также какой-либо военной техники. Вместе с тем, здесь было размещено большое...
Is this up by you at all, XComer? Like, I don't know where you're at but I think this was... Hell, this could have been close enough for you to see, dude.
Число самой разнообразной аппаратуры для регистрации и измерения параметров взрыва.
I mean, obviously it was a long time ago, but...
В 17-20 километрах от центра площадки в наземных металлических сооружениях устанавливались фотокамеры.
Oh, okay.
Киносъемочная и регистрирующая аппаратура. На расстоянии 2 километров в подземных сооружениях была размещена аппаратура, фиксирующая процесс развития ядерного взрыва. Осциллографы записи коэффициента размножения нейтронов. Измерители интервалов времени срабатывания автоматических устройств заряда. Управление аппаратурой, установленной в сооружениях опытного поля, производилось автоматически по радио. Радиосигналы поступали с площадки Д-8, где в подземном сооружении находился командный пункт службы автоматики поля. Здесь был установлен программный автомат, выдающий команды на поле в нужной последовательности. Как же проходил основной этап испытаний?
I mean, that was just audio equipment
До
back
взрыва
then. Like, it was
осталось несколько часов.
so crazy. And you wouldn't make these boards
Начальник
anymore.
штаба
They're
полигона
so
принимает
intensive.
доклад о
You would
мерах,
just
принятых по
do a
выполнению
computer
оперативного плана
simulation.
морского обеспечения. В этом плане точно определено, где будут находиться корабли и личный состав полигона в момент взрыва. Подготовка опытного поля закончена. Производится полная эвакуация личного состава и кораблей в безопасную зону.
Serious Fallout vibes.
Напряженно работает метеорологическая служба. Составляется карта прогноза погоды. Особенно тщательно изучается направление ветров.
And I don't know if it was saying this, but they miscalculated severely and probably
Опасный район.
either killed or
Последние суда.
damaged several people.
Принято решение подвесить изделие к самолету-носителю. Подвеска бомбы такого размера и веса не совсем обычное дело. Но
Yeah,
на
even
аэродроме
getting
к
a
этому
plane
хорошо
to carry this bomb was insane. Like, it was so
Производится
difficult.
осмотр изделия. Особенно тщательно проверяется укладка парашютной системы. От надежности ее работы зависит безопасность экипажа самолета-носителя. Для подвески бомбы созданы специальные подъемные устройства. Подъем изделия...
Like, I put serious strain on the ability for it to lift off and, you know, carry this bomb that distance.
Самолету идет плавно и равномерно. Размеры бомбы не позволяют разместить ее в бомболюке самолета, поэтому она закрепляется снаружи.
And one more thing, real quick, XCOMer. This may be insensitive, buddy, but I feel like you deserve it in some form or fashion. Do you sound like the Beyond the Press channel guy? Because in my head, you sound like the Beyond the Press channel guy.
Под фюзеляжем. Заседание Государственной комиссии по проведению испытаний. Производится оценка...
Oh my god, you don't know the Beyond the Press channel guy? Hang on. I am working on it, and that will break it up nicely. Or the hydraulic press channel. Hang on. Fucking ads.
By the capabilities of processes.
Thank you, Belandris.
Welcome to the Hydraulic Press channel. Today we have really interesting science video. We are going to find out how he gave them to us, which is really nice, so now we can enjoy this video. And this time the attachment is spot on. I machined these steel tools where I drilled holes, so I can put the attachment part of the teeth into those holes, and then we filled up the holes with epoxy glue. So now they are installed.
So he has hydraulic presses and he crushes shit. That's his whole thing. He just crushes stuff. This one's a weird one, but
on the candy. The upper tooth was pretty bad. I think we can just get that out and crush against the lower tooth, because there is like two teeth.
Damn
And
it,
one
where
is
did
going
that
to be
go?
slightly weaker than the one. So we know that the jawbreaker is stronger than weak.
see, Stevie knows what I'm talking about. He's so great, and he has a buddy that blows stuff up. It's pretty fantastic. Okay, so you don't sound like that. Well, damn.
Оценка общей обстановки, складывающейся в районе испытания к назначенному времени взрыва. Окончательно уточняется трасса и условия полета самолета-носителя. На новой земле еще раз
He
проверяются
doesn't
условия
normally do
безопасности от
teeth,
последствий
just to be
взрыва
clear. He
для районов,
normally
расположенных
does
вне территории испытательного полигона.
weird stuff, like
Анализ данных, из которых складывается
using
общая
metals or
обстановка с момента
stuff.
взрыва, дает уверенность в том, что распространение ударной волны будет ограничено, а зона возможных разрушений на земной поверхности минимальной. Утро 30 октября. Носитель готов к старту. Последний инструктаж экипажей. Командный пункт аэродрома. Приближается время старта. Разрешен запуск моторов. Заработали турбовинтовые двигатели. Взлет разрешен. Следом за носителем в воздух поднимается самолет-лаборатория. Самолет-носитель с подвешенной к нему особо мощной водородной бомбой набирает высоту. За ним ведется неослабное наблюдение из различных пунктов на Земле. С экипажем поддерживается непрерывная двусторонняя связь. Десятки локационных станций противовоздушной обороны следят за общей обстановкой в воздухе. Высота 10 500 метров. Экипаж самолета-носителя отлично подготовлен к выполнению ответственного боевого задания. На параллельном курсе самолет-лаборатория. Точно следуя намеченным курсам, самолеты приближаются к новой Земле.
Like, this test was that important to them to show that they had a bigger wiener, that they, you know, changed this whole plane around, they painted it, like all kinds of shit. It's just crazy.
Теперь управление полетом и связь с самолетами передается командному пункту полигона. Сюда поступают доклады экипажей о ходе полета. Отсюда, по условным таблицам, передаются команды на самолет-носитель. Носитель вышел на боевой курс. Цель видна. Управление сбросом бомбы переводится на автоматику. Сигнал «Сброс». На D8 включается программный автомат аппаратуры опытного поля. «Сброс». Экипаж одевает защитные очки. Программный автомат принял сигнал «Сброс» и выдает команды запуска аппаратуры опытного поля. Точно по расчету сработала парашютная система. Бомба приближается к точке взрыва. Высота 4000 метров. Осталось 3 секунды. 2, 1, 0. Взрыв сопровождался световой вспышкой необычной силы. В этот момент самолет-носитель находился в 45 километрах от места сброса. Вспышка и последующее свечение, несмотря на сплошную облачность, были видны в радиусе до 1000 километров. Пулевой столб, поднимающийся с земли, быстро увеличился в объеме. Через несколько секунд после взрыва диаметр пулевого столба составлял около 10 километров. В это же время с самолета, находившегося в 250 километрах от точки взрыва, был виден огненный купол из раскаленных продуктов взрыва. Он медленно поднимался вверх, увеличиваясь в объеме. Максимальный диаметр купола доходил до 20 километров. Пронизав несколько слоев сплошной облачности, огненный купол через 40 секунд после взрыва достиг высоты 30 километров. С этого момента началось постепенное превращение купола в грибообразное облако. Увеличиваясь в размерах, облако медленно поднималось вверх. В своем конечном развитии оно достигло высоты 60-65 километров. Его диаметр равнялся 90 километрам. В дальнейшем облако начало утрачивать грибообразную форму. В этот период диаметр его основания был равен 70 километрам, а диаметр ножки 26-28 километрам. При возвращении на аэродром экипаж самолета-носителя наблюдал облако взрыва на расстоянии 800 километров. Через несколько часов после взрыва на опытное поле вылетел в район опытного поля вышли корабли с испытательскими группами. А вот
absolutely horrible weapon. And the destruction and the damage and the everything that it did, I also would happily volunteer to be close. Not close enough for it to kill me, but close enough. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a mushroom cloud because mushroom tip, and again, it's the biggest PP thing. Talk more, Sean. You're not drunk enough. Not doing it, Libby. Yeah, if it's being used, no. Can we stop with the fucking sub-relic? Like, the FBI is already on my tail for all the shit that I do. Now we're all gonna be talking Cyrillic in the fucking... Yeah. Hot dog. Nukes are bad. Drugs are bad. Stevie's bad.
Перед посадкой вертолета проверка на радиоактивность.
Check for radioactivity.
Даже в самом центре площадки она оказалась незначительной. Испытательским группам полигона разрешен выезд в поле. Вспомним, как выглядело опытное поле до взрыва. Теперь его вид сильно изменился. На десятки километров вокруг опаленная взрывом земля. Разбиты входы в подземные приборные сооружения. На основе даже самых предварительных данных стало очевидным, что произведенный взрыв является рекордным по своей силе. Вместе с тем выбранная высота и метеорологические условия в момент взрыва в несколько раз уменьшили предполагаемую зону воздействия
Russia does
ударной
have some
волны.
big dick energy.
В эту зону входил ряд населенных пунктов. Ни в одном из них не было отмечено каких-либо существенных последствий взрыва. В то же время, в даже наиболее отдаленных от опытного поля пунктах были отчетливо видны вспышка взрыва, длительное свечение и был слышен звук пришедшей ударной волны. Вся регистрирующая измерительная аппаратура на опытном поле сработала нормально. Полученные данные позволили определить фактическую мощность взрыва, характер ядерной реакции, точность срабатывания автоматики изделия и ряд других факторов. Испытание особо мощного водородного заряда, имеющего ряд новых конструктивных особенностей, подтвердило, что Советский Союз имеет в своем распоряжении термоядерное оружие мощностью 50, 100 и более мегатонн.
You know what? I think that I don't know what the fuck is going on with YouTube. Because YouTube will jump my viewers up to like 30 and then down to 17 and then just back and forth, back and forth. And I don't think that there's that many people leaving and coming in and... No, go comic relief. I don't care. It is all fucky. Like, I find it hard to believe that there's a bunch of people that pop in, pop out, pop in, pop out, back and forth. CC Iceman over on Rumble. Something we should have never invented. I tend to agree. Desert, I don't believe you. Because my indoctrination centers have told me that it is American as apple pie. Yeah, it's blinding. It essentially is the sunrise. Because it's nuclear fusion, like we were talking about earlier. And it makes it look like a sunrise. So. Same thing that's happening in the sun on a smaller scale. Hey, what's up, Indigo? Oh, I just heard a beep. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, freshly fresh. The guys are pineapple.
What's up, folks? Good evening, good evening, good evening. Watching Sarabamba?
Yeah, we're watching shit that makes it even worse. I got the new audio setup and I don't like it.
You're borderline on my ears, buddy.
Like too loud?
No, that little thing we talked about last night after the stream ended.
Oh shit.
It's okay.
Fuck.
I said borderline, not right at it. So you're good.
I know you're gay, glitter fart, but I didn't know the second part about you. It's playing, Tweety. I just don't think there's any Russian left. I'm gonna have to look it up. Not that I don't believe you, Desert. I just can't believe you.
So, question. I know that we're talking about Russia's nuclear stockpile, but have we all talked yet about Castle Bravo?
Castle Bravo. No, we have not.
That could be a fun one. I know it
No.
doesn't technically fit Russian nukes, but
Give me just a second. Oh, I know what I can do. Is that better or not really? I just went back to my previous system.
yeah, that sounds great now.
Okay. I'll fuck with it.
What's up, buddy?
Castle Bravo's interesting, and we should definitely touch on that. I wanted to touch on Manhattan Project and the different atolls that we fucked up and all that kind of stuff.
Have we gotten to Bikini Atoll yet?
No. So we're just doing. One of my lovely viewers wanted to learn about the Russian nuclear shit and all that. So said, yeah, why not?
Okay.
We'll talk about it. So this is specifically Russian.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then we were just about to get into the point where we go into what we're looking at and how credible everything is and all that shit.
Yeah.
So
Because I know a little bit about Tsar Bomba. So yeah, there's some fun numbers there.
yeah, no, it was impressive. Absolutely impressive.
It absolutely was. Especially when you hear from some of the people that actually did like the drop and were doing the filming and whatnot. Like I think there was a documentary I saw some years ago. I think so. He was basically up in one of the planes getting ready to do the filming for Tsar Bomba, and just as he's like got his camera dialed in and they're like doing the countdown for when it's supposed to detonate, like one of the lenses in his flash-proof goggles falls out.
Oh, wow.
And he's like, "Oh fuck!" and just covers his hand over his over the one that fell out, and like he says, he saw the flash and he could see every bone in his hand.
That's insane. Yeah, because you got all that gamma radiation release.
Mm-hmm.
Insane. So this is actually the actual drop, and we watched them kind of building it, putting it together, and then the actual drop. So
Good timing for me then.
yeah. Yeah, no worries, Barbara. I saw that and I said, yeah, why don't we talk about it?
Sorry I'm late, folks. I was spending some quality time with the wife.
Okay. Good to know, Stevie. Yeah, I'm working with it, so I'll keep working on it, and we'll see where it ends up. Oh, that works that way. Let me see. Yeah, there's just so much background noise, and I'm just trying to make it clean. Essentially, is the idea at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know Russian, unfortunately.
I do not know the Russian, but I can talk in slightly Russian accent. Offensively Russian accent.
That's the other way around. Yeah, I know, right?
Pretty big talk for a virgin there, Sean.
Yeah, I'll work on it. I'll test it out when I'm not on stream, and then I can really mess with it without screwing around. He says he's not a virgin. He's an incel. And Stevie once again is going to say I love you right in front of me.
Look, I'm not trying to be part of this love triangle. I'm just, I'm just a bystander, to be honest with you.
So he shot you down, Stevie. Are you coming back to my arms?
I never said that. I got a lot of love to give.
Libby, Jess isn't. She told me midnight. She going now?
Oh, bye, Libby.
Take care, buddy. Chinese. All right. So that is. Here's Castle Bravo right here. Cow Hill's actually pretty good.
Yep. If you want to, I actually, probably about a week or so ago, I actually found HD footage. Like somebody had done like a 4K AI restoration of the original film. So it's like Castle Bravo in exceptionally high detail.
No shit. Yeah. Not tonight, but we'll get to that.
Right. I'm just saying for future.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're covering Russian tonight, so I'm not going there.
So is this what you sound like? Well, obviously not like a woman, but we're trying to nail down what XCOMer sounds like.
Hi, I got this suggestion from a watcher to film a live Norwegian conversation so you guys could hear what it.
Oh, shut up.
We're gonna do a Norwegian conversation and then we will try to react it in English, maybe. Yes. Da starter vi! Så hvordan har dagen din vært?
Dagen min har vært super.
Hva har du gjort?
Jeg har vært på jobb med alle de små barna, og vi har laget lussekatter.
Wow!
Ja, veldig koselig.
Ja.
Hva har du gjort I dag da, Karin?
Jeg har også vært på jobb. Jeg har
Did she just come?
juletre.
Har du laget juletre?
Ja, av papp, og så har vi limet og klippet, og alle barna har vært flinke.
Har du vært flink også?
Jeg har vært virkelig flink.
Det er veldig bra.
Og så slapp jeg å være ute, for det var dårlig vær.
Ja, jeg slapp å være ute I dag.
Så deilig.
Så fantastisk.
Ja.
Yeah, the videos that are playing, right? It's just
And this is how
a
it
still
would
image.
be in English.
Yeah, that's their
video.
Then we start.
Yeah.
So, how was your day?
My day's been super.
What did you do?
I've been to work with all the little kids. We baked saffron buns.
Probably.
Oh, wow.
What the hell is
Yes,
probably?
very nice. What have you done today, Karen?
I've
Jesus
also
Christ.
been to work. I've made a Christmas tree.
Did you make a Christmas tree?
Yes, with carton and glue and scissors. And all the kids have
With
been
what?
so
Glue
good.
and scissors?
Did you do so good?
I was very good.
That's
Carton, I
very
believe.
good.
And I didn't need to go outside.
Kinda turned on right now,
Because the
not
weather
gonna
was
lie.
so horrible.
Okay, enough of that. I'll save
I'm
that
gonna
for
say, 'cause,
later.
yeah, my wife, her family is originally Norwegian, so
Oh, okay.
yeah. Say, I think she's only technically, I think, third generation.
Huh.
Second or third generation. I can't remember which. But yeah, only showed up into the United States like right at the turn of the century in the 1900s.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I'm not going to go through all this, but this is from the CFR, and this is a timeline. So nuclear weapons age in 45. The first Soviet test was in 1949. The A bomb. So then they get into hydrogen bombs or fusion bombs, 52 through 55. Then government bullshit gets in the way. IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, excuse me. Then we have Sputnik, which scared the hell out of everybody. Speaking of, so Has anybody ever seen the movie October Sky? Show of hands.
Oh, yes.
Show of hands in chat. I wasn't talking to you, Kaiser.
Well, I just said it anyway, so.
Good. You want to say it again?
I saw it.
No, say that. Oh, yes, damn it.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure. What the hell?
I'm going to put a satellite in your orbit, baby. Mm-hmm.
So October Sky, it's a movie about the Rocket Boys and how they're building rockets in a town called Coalwood, West Virginia, back in the 50s. And one of the scenes was when they launched Sputnik, and the whole town came up to look at Sputnik beeping across the sky. I used to have a so this brought up that. So when I was on our way back, we stopped in Coalwood, West Virginia. Odd area. Very odd, different area. But we saw the boyhood home of Homer Hickam, who's the main character of the movie that's based on real life. We also saw they have a monument in the launch site where the boys were launching the rockets from and all that kind of stuff. So it's a pretty neat experience. Just something we wanted to stop by. So Hardtack 1. So this is the United States in the Pacific Ocean, but we'll talk. I'm going to search whatever. 1962 was the Cuban Missile Crisis. So we liken it to now. But I think that now is much worse. But I don't know. So we'll read this. Cold War tensions nearly spilled over into nuclear conflict when, in October, U.S. reconnaissance flight reveal the Soviets constructing secret missile bases in Cuba. President John F. Kennedy warns Moscow of a full retaliatory response if it launches a nuclear attack from Cuba on any country in the Western Hemisphere. After a 13-day standoff between superpowers, which includes a U.S. naval quarantine of Cuba, the Soviet Union agrees to withdraw its missiles. In exchange, the United States publicly pledges not to invade Cuba and confidentially agrees to pull its missiles out of Turkey. Yeah, that's true. Good night, Suzanne. Thanks for stopping by. We had like 65, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. It was insane. Like I think you saw. I jumped on for a minute. APs from Michigan. Then there was a limited test ban treaty. So we decided that we weren't going to test anymore. Treaties which Russia has now abstained from. They are no longer binding by these treaties. So thawing of Soviet relations. SALT Treaty 2, that has Putin also ripped that up and threw that away in the trash. Yeah, it was terrible. Zero option. So there's a big international push to get rid of all these nuclear weapons. I don't think that it's going to come through, but we'll see.
They're never going to get rid of them.
Yeah. X-Comer over on Rumble. Hopefully that hasn't been there too long, buddy, and I apologize. Tsunami nukes, super EMPs. with a rumble ring, so I can buy more freeze-dried food, maybe from Fast Group if he's still here, and protect my family in my bunker. Evil Empire and Star Wars speeches. Star Wars was... I'm not sure that we haven't done that.
I think we did more than they're willing to let on.
Yeah.
I think some of that for having a leg up on the enemy, operational security, and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Reykjavik Summit. Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. So we started signing all these treaties to go ahead and limit things, arsenals, and the possible destruction. End of Cold War and START. Again, START has expired, I believe. STAR 2 not signed but implemented, or signed but not implemented. So all these different treaties to try and remove or eliminate weapons, and missile data sharing proposal, and we've taken quite a step back. So obviously we have all these treaties that limit nuclear power, and I think that's probably a great idea. But now we're going the other way. This was the most retarded thing we've ever done in our fucking life. Oh, sorry. Barbara wants me to go back to 83. Okay, I'm at 83. What do you want me to... I can read it. On March 8th, President Reagan gives a speech in which he refers to the Soviet Union as an evil empire and warns against appeasement and the so-called nuclear-free solutions proposed by some. In a March 23rd address, he announces the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, to create a space-based ballistic missile shield that could protect against Soviet nuclear attack. The SDI seems to mark a major shift in U.S. posture that had so far embraced the doctrine of mutually assured destruction, or MAD, to maintain strategic stability. Critics say that SDI, if technologically viable, would run afoul of the ABM Treaty. Meanwhile, the Soviet military grows increasingly wary of a widening technological gap with the West. Yeah, that's true too. So I went back, unless you were talking about actually going back to 1983, and time travel's impossible, but we fucking talked about this. Holy shit. "50 feet of snow?"
Damn.
We sent a shit ton of troops, etc., to Europe as a response to Russia when DEFCON 1, they moved their subs out to strike the U.S. We got very, very lucky. Yeah? All right, cool. Gorbachev and Reagan, and Reykjavik, Iceland. So again, we signed all these treaties, and they're all gone now, which is, I guess, the worry. Hillary Clinton with her fucking reset button. Stupid bitch. Sorry.
Giant PR debacle.
Yeah. And then we go into the first Ukraine crisis under former President Barry Obama with his husband, Michelle. That's cool. Open skies under threat. So that gets us to kind of the background. So I wanted to go into, oh, this is perfect. Let me see if this works. So this is kind of what we're looking at right now. So this is NATO and their buildup, and we'll look at another map because this one you can't see a ton. And we'll get, so now we're getting into more of the political bullshit, the thoughts, the stuff that some may disagree with me on, and that's perfectly acceptable, but this is the way that I think and my take. So fuck all y'all, I don't care. No, I'm kidding. So that's the buildup of NATO forces that we currently have.
Mm-hmm.
NATO told Russia that we wouldn't keep impeding on their territory. And lied heavily. So this is kind of an overlay of that. So these countries are NATO: Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland. This little purple thing is actually Russians. This is Kaliningrad. So that's part of Russia. Belarus, very pro-Russian. And then you have all these countries: Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria. All of these are heavy NATO or NATO members, all to the left. Right. So that's what we're going to get into. Here's Switzerland. That doesn't make sense. That's crazy. Huh. So what we have is all these countries that are NATO. There was supposed to be a buffer so we didn't keep moving in on Russia. And as we talked about earlier, you could see how pissed off everybody was about the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Russians making overtures at the United States. But now we get into this where all these are very pro-West, pro-NATO, and NATO members. So you have Ukraine. So Ukraine, the Russian Federation, and these are all Soviet bloc countries. So they would have been part of the Soviet Union before it's dissolute, or you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you know the thing. So we're impeding closer and closer to Russia. We're taking more and more of a stance to be on our doorstep. We have
an antagonistic stance.
I'm sorry, what?
An antagonistic stance.
Very antagonistic stance. So we have with Turkey and all of this, Greece, all this is very pro-NATO, pro-US. So we're blocking Russia in on every side. Then you have these Nordic countries that are talking about joining NATO after specifically not being part of NATO, the Sweden, Finland, and Norway. Yeah, it's absolute encirclement. We are the provocateur in this sense. And that is truly my opinion. I think we're provoking the hell out of Russia. And then we do stupid shit like blow up their pipeline and all this. And at some point, and before anybody loses their mind, and like, I don't think anybody here in this core, but I realized that we just lost like 12 people. So somebody's probably going to get pissed at me for saying what I'm saying. But who cares, right? Putin's a bad guy, and two things can be true at once. Putin can be a bad guy, and we can also be really shittily encroaching on the Russian Federation. So we blew up their pipeline. We've threatened them. Now the newest shit is, okay, we can't exchange weapons, or they can't exchange weapons with China, but we can keep feeding shit to Ukraine and the whole. Make no mistake, we're already at war with the Russian Federation. We're 100% at war with the Russian Federation. It's just Putin hasn't fought back yet. And I say yet. I think it's coming. I think at some point he's going to be so backed into a corner that there's no other option.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for the right moment to probably strike out at the U.S. because, I mean, there's also the fact that technically, I mean, if you look at this from a public relations standpoint, yeah, there's a lot of fuckery from the United States right now, but there's no official declaration that the United States has engaged in warlike activity with Russia, other than just, you know, we all know the truth that we are, and we know that this is happening. But if you're looking at this from a purely public relations standpoint in media, if Russia was to go ahead and, you know, say, you know, we had some plane that strayed just a little too close to a line and Russia shoots it down, then that, you know, that's basically seen as an act of aggression by Russia, not so much as Russia trying to secure its borders against a plane that flew too close.
Right. Well, and it's bigger than that. It's that we keep pushing Russia, and the minute Russia responds, the U.S. is going to be all up in arms, and it's going to be a massive war.
Right. And what I'm saying there to that effect, and I think I'm probably not doing a very good job of it, and I apologize, is basically that Russia's kind of in a situation right now that no matter what they do, if they take a swipe at the U.S., no matter how much we have screwed around behind the scenes and provoked them into doing it, it will look like Russia's the aggressor no matter what.
To the West,
Right, to the West. So, I mean, I'm sorry, history is typically almost in a cyclical fashion. Does this sound familiar to anybody?
Right.
You know, First World War, anybody?
Yeah. Yeah, history repeats. I get the trying to be certain, Alex. Unfortunately, we can never be certain on things like this because there's so much propaganda. The U.S. hit Nord Stream 150,000%. There's no question in my mind the U.S. hit Nord Stream. If you look at the flight tracks, the drills that took place over it, the quiet from Sweden with the independent investigation, independent quote. Then you have I believe it was Norway that helped, but you have the reports and all that stuff. Like, there's a hell of a lot going on. I mean, if we were sitting in court and the evidence was being presented, we would absolutely convict them. So, yeah, good luck with that. Russia is a bitch. And they could do shit to America. Two things are true. One, Russia's not as weak as the United States propaganda tries and paints them as. If you look at the quote meat grinder in Ukraine, new enlisted soldiers have a 4-hour lifespan because Russia has had enough and says fuck you and is just chewing people up. Also, you have to look at the population of our country, and these soy boy sissy pussies are not going to go fight. And if they do go fight, they're up for a rude awakening because they're going to get their ass kicked. That's what worries me.
Incoming artillery doesn't give a fuck about your pronouns.
Right. The U.S. is being an absolute ass. And, right, we just call it something else. Like, so we've been fighting Russia since the end of the Cold War. It's just been in fucking Syria. So, not that I'm trying to bash the United States in any way. It's the greatest country on earth. I love the United States. However, I think our leaders are doing some fucked up shit right now, and I don't like it.
I can agree to that. Love my country, but my government has totally jumped the shark in terms of fuckery.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Sean. I really don't. I think that's a lot of propaganda, honestly. I think they'd be a hell of a bigger fighting force than... Exactly. They have supersonic technologies. I wouldn't fuck with Russia. I just don't think it's a good idea. Bomb Putin. So they're not like the United States. They are the next man up. Like, they're not... That was a bad analogy. They're oligarchs. They're just going to put another asshole in, and he's probably going to be worse. Right. Can hurt the U.S. So what are we going to do? We're just going to sit back and each other... Like, the United States isn't going to go over to Russia and fight in that fucking cold. Germany got their ass kicked doing it.
Yeah. That was...
Yeah.
I was going to say, Stalingrad, anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Winter War of 39, before that?
All right, buddy. I'll check them in just a minute. I'm kind of on a roll right now.
Yeah.
Russia's scary. They, I don't think so. I think you're wrong on that. Yeah, the tsunami nukes are fucking terrifying. Exactly. They can't take over Ukraine because they're using fucking 60-year-old conscripts with shit weapons. And now they're just tearing shit up. Yep. Exactly. Our stockpiles are fucked. Ukraine's out. NATO's out. We can't even send them tanks. It's going to be like a year and a half till we get them tanks. I think we'd be in for a hell of a fight. Yeah, but drones only go so far. Yet they also have more nukes. Out of 100 people, 10 shouldn't even be there. 80 are cannon fire, and 9 are fighters. Yeah. I think that... No, I think that they're just using Ukraine as a play toy right now. Honestly, that's my thought. It does make sense. It does make sense. You want to play with it. You want to wag the dog. You want to, like... There is no way in hell that you can get me to believe that one of the most powerful countries of the last 100 years is having trouble fighting Ukraine. Or is that what they want you to think? So the U.S. fucks with them and they kick our ass. I'm hoping that they don't, and I think the U.S. is the best country on earth. Again. What was the shit post? Did I miss something?
I think when he was saying, like, we'll be fine, I think that was a shit post.
Oh, gotcha.
It's kind of the same way my brother's like, my brother will say something like, we'll be like in the middle of a really bad situation. He'll just be like, oh, it'll be fine. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Sean, again, I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I'm not. Like, no nukes. We walk in there and take it. One, the U.S. isn't walking in fucking anywhere because it's too goddamn cold. Yeah. We're not going there. It's just not going to happen. Like,
yeah, good luck holding it. Yeah, same situation.
Right. Again, the Germans went up there and got their ass destroyed during World War II. They took over all of Europe. Were kicking our ass everywhere till Sunday, until Normandy, and then went up to Russia and got just annihilated. Right. That's the other point. One, nukes are going to be in play. Two, they have China, Iran, North Korea, India. Right. At some point, no, we won't be fine. At some point, we're going to bite off more than we could chew. Exactly. And even if we do go, what's the point to an end? What's the point to the end? I mean, what are we going over there for? Because spreading democracy hasn't worked. Let's be honest. Why the fuck do we care? Why do we want to go over there and waste more Americans to fight, a war that brings us nothing? What the fuck are we going to get out of it? And yes, Sean, I know you get spirited and I get spirited, but there's nothing but love there, buddy. I just have a different opinion, and that's okay. It's especially honestly, okay here.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Honestly, I'm just thinking, just based on kind of this, I'm like, let's look back at some of the history of our country and some of the shit that we got into. I mean, look at, such absolute shitheads as like Pat McNamara, who's just a fucking war hawk that, these people like will sit there and we're building planes and tanks and weapons, not necessarily because like all this excess stuff, not because we need it, because we want to export it because it's lucrative. And, this whole, as everybody calls the military industrial complex, chickens are going to come home to roost on that at some point or another. And, I'm not entirely convinced that it's not going to be Ukraine where it happens at.
Okay. What's your
I'm
thought?
not unconvinced. I mean, they're pumping weapons and shit like that into this conflict, and it's gonna come back to bite us in the ass. Just saying.
So Stevie is a total fag because he was on Top Chat, and he's such a beta.
Gay!
That one's for you, buddy. Yeah, and I think that practice for war with China, and I agree with that to a point. I just think we're fucking up. I think that we're using it, certainly using it, and same thing with Iraq and Syria and all that. I think that that it's something that isn't a good idea, provoking Russia. Because, okay, so Putin's two things. Putin's this fucking crazy where he's a threat to the world. One, Biden just walked into Ukraine, supposedly, and they called him an hour before and everything was totally fine. If you wanted to do something, there was your window. Secondly, if Putin was this much of a madman, why the fuck why hasn't he already nuked Ukraine or blah blah blah?
The only reason I can think of he hasn't already dropped one on Ukraine is just because they're one of the biggest grain and foodstuff producers in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're 1/3 of the world's like grain supply.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ukrainians are in the U.S. now getting F-16 training. We sent some special operators over there to train them and equip their airports to deal with the increase in flight traffic. And we're also sending them various aircraft in like 6 months, supposedly. Well, so there's a couple things to that. One is Fast is incredibly right. Our economy is shit. Our empire is failing. Our infrastructure sucks. And something that pulls you out of all that, or attempts to, or is the easiest way to, is start a war. Because then you get the production, you get the economy, you get the routes redone to manufacture and ship them through supply lines. It's you're taking out a major competitor and player at the same time. So yes, wars can make money. They can be profitable, and they can help you out of that. The problem is, in the interim, a lot of good people die.
Mm-hmm.
But our ruling class doesn't give a flying fuck about any of that. And we're absolutely terrible at being in war anymore. Absolutely. We don't fight it to win. We fight it to enrich defense contractors like Lockheed and Boeing. Yeah. Tweety is a glowy. Yeah, there's a lot of non-Ukrainians fighting in the war. Well, that's terrifying because our soldiers are dramatically down from what they should have been. Our artillery, supposedly, if you believe our logistics, is fucked. And our cyber warfare is one of the worst on the planet. To where the head of cyber warfare stepped down because he didn't want blood on his hands. So, yep. Accelerating it. I don't know about that. That's my boy toy, Stevie. They don't care about the little people. Absolutely. Why don't I show my tits? Are you talking to me? Because if I put my tits in the freezer, I have my nipples pierced, and those bars get really fucking cold, and then it feels funny. That's why. Oh, it's terrible. What's up, Flux?
What's up, Flux? How you doing?
It is pretty kinky. Don't block Sean. Sean's just an asshole. He's harmless. What the fuck was I looking up? Do you remember what I was looking up?
Nope, not at this point.
Jesus Christ. What's up, Strong? Rest is weak. That's why it makes idle threats about nukes. Well, yeah, but one, nukes are terrifying and terrible. And two, I don't know that they're idle threats. I think that he's shown a great deal of restraint. I don't think that we're as powerful as we think we are anymore. I think that America's fallen apart, and it's terrifying, and it pains me to say it. But, wow, really? Yeah, I would agree with that. And I think the U.S. is a little bit more willing and trigger happy than everybody. Even the NOCO. God damn it, I wish I was remember what I was going to look up, because it was really interesting. In my head, at least.
I mean, we kind of got deep into the whole, Russia-Ukraine situation, and yeah, I think we kind of got a little bit sidetracked there. I don't even remember what we were talking about at the time.
It was a video. I'm curious about your opinion on this. How much do you think the superpowers are all in a pissing match? Oh, I think that's 100% what it is. I think China's fucked. I think Russia's obviously having some problems, and I think the United States is... I just want to make sure. I mean, how much do you think the superpowers are all in a pissing match? I think that's 100% it. I think it's one's going to come out victorious, and I think that there's been a lot of mistakes on the way, and I think that there's a lot of weak people that think that fighting a massive conflict is the only way out. So,
It's not.
Last figure I saw is the world shunned China. Its entire economy would crash in 3 to 6 months. But I agree with that. But also, all the other economies would collapse. the United States wouldn't be able to survive without Chinese goods coming in. Russia wouldn't. Most of Europe wouldn't. We get so much from China. And there's a long-term solution, but again, you don't have the stomach for it. You don't have the for America to survive without a major conflict. We're gonna have to take some serious sacrifices. We're gonna have to sacrifice the new iPhone. We're gonna have to sacrifice this, that, the other thing. We're gonna have to sacrifice all kinds of things. And that's just not gonna happen because we're too fat and happy and we want it to go this way. I kind of doubt there's will there to continue this particular war. Among the people, I don't think there's any will to continue the particular war. But the leadership classes have a different opinion, in my opinion. They are right. And again, it's the easy way out. And we all know these fucking politicians and elites, they don't want to sacrifice anything. And they're not gonna do anything that takes thought or putting together anything. They're going to take the easy way out, which is send people to die. No. Probably not. He's his own woman. Sean D is a woman. Just so everybody knows. But if we do go all war, we're probably going to lose all our comforts from China. Anyways, yeah, I can. But you can... Yep. If we go to war, you can explain that away. You're like, oh, we're at war with China and you can't get shit. If we just said, nope, we're going to stop dealing with China and you won't be able to get your A, B, and C, people lose their fucking mind and you'd have a revolution. But if you do it in wartime, there's a much better opportunity for you to do it without ruffling everybody's feathers.
Yeah, somehow there's some psychological bullshit that gets in the way where if we're in a war, oh yeah, all this stuff is permissible, to happen. And, we just pull up ourselves up by the bootstraps. But yeah, like you said, ask anybody to, hey, you might have to not upgrade to a new phone like in the next couple of years. You're just going to have to deal with what you got. Oh my God!
Hey,
everybody, like you said, would be rioting in the streets, screaming about how this is an grave injustice.
Right.
Activist bullshit. I'm like, seriously?
Right. Oh, I remember. I remember what you were talking about. I mean, what I was talking about. So when we talk about cyber, and it's relatively limited right now, these are all originating cyber attacks hitting the United States. Like, we get peppered, and you can look at this any time of the day, and we are just getting fucking annihilated by every country in this. The Russians, the Chinese, several other, bullshit countries. But we're just getting our cyber infrastructure is trash.
Same with our physical infrastructure.
This is normal. This is light. This is light, but
It's almost as if our country is kind of rotten from the inside out because of bad policy and stupidity.
Mm-hmm. So, and yeah, this is kind of a normal occurrence, a normal map, but we're getting destroyed from all over the world at all times. There's another one too, but I can't remember what it is. But, kind sir, would you mind talking for like 3 seconds while I take a quick bio?
Okay. So, folks, I mean, this is not good. Not good at all. I mean, when you really get down to it. I mean, what else can you say? I mean, we're, even as Meaty kind of said, I mean, our own cyber infrastructure is garbage. Our physical infrastructure is garbage. Well, guess what kind of happened to a certain large country that takes up most of, I don't know, most of Asia? You know, we call it, what's that word? Russia. Yeah, remember that Soviet Union? Kind of what happened to that? Built up a lot of infrastructure and all this other stuff, and then it just kind of went rotten from the inside out and collapsed. Well, sounds kind of to me like the same thing's happening here.
What's happening here?
I was just making a correlation that, I mean, one of the major things we saw with the collapse of the Soviet Union is that, I mean, the Soviets built up this massive infrastructure around their country. And because of bad policy, bad governance, all that, it rotted from the inside out. And then eventually the whole damn system collapsed. Well, I mean, look at us right now. Our cyber infrastructure is shit. Our physical infrastructure is shit. I mean, need I go on? Because I think we're watching our own infrastructure crumble the same way that the, Cold War, Soviets were.
Right.
I mean, we now no longer have an enemy to fight.
Right. Yep. It's fine. Everything's fine. It's me. I'm attacking Hayden. Don't tell him. Please. He's gonna be so pissed when he finds out that I've been doing all his his audio issues. Oh, he's gonna be so mad. So don't tell him. Okay? Yeah, and I agree with that as well. I think that there is I think if you create the problem, it's would have crashed. I think if you create the problem, then you can create the solution. And sorry, I'm looking at something real quick. NOCO US. I'm trying to look up a video about. I think if you create the problem, you can create the solution with very little effort. And people are more likely to accept your solution if the problem's already there. So, if that makes sense. Do you know what I'm talking about or no? No.
Not really.
No.
Sorry, I was thinking about something else and kind of got sidetracked a little bit.
Okay.
Sorry. There was not really a good place for it, and it was just one of those things that kind of came up in my mind of just because we had mentioned Tunguska earlier, and something kind of popped in the back of my mind about it.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards that, Jacob. Definitely leaning more towards that, because I think that we're just so fucked right now. Like, there's not many good ways out anymore, and that's frustrating. Jesus Christ, where is the fucking... No, I'm just overlooking it. Unless they took it down, that would be weird. Oh, right here. No, that's the...
Yeah, Xcomer makes kind of a fair point there. I say pretty much any attempt via some sort of a ground-based or land-based invasion of the United States. I mean, there's a pretty famous movie they made about this called Red Dawn. You know.
Yeah. Okay, so I found the video I was looking for. So I'm all for bringing it down if we can figure out how to rebuild something that works for everyone. That's the problem. You have to have the right people, and the right people aren't the people that can do what's necessary to make it happen. Yep. Yes. $7, and I'll make him do it. Absolutely. We need independence, and we need people to be...
Meaty just disconnected. Not sure what's going on there.
They tried to kill me.
There you are. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I hit the button.
Oops.
Shortcut button on my fucking gamer mouse that's right next to my thumb that backs it out, and it drives me insane.
Ah, gotcha. Wondered if your power went out, because that happened to me the other night.
No, thank God. Invading the U.S. is pretty dumb, though. Yes, absolutely. We have two things: Southerners and rednecks. Good fucking luck.
Yeah, be looking at them Russians going, "You got a purty mouth." Wolverines.
I can't watch my racing on Sunday. Y'all motherfuckers are going to die. Is that racist?
That's gonna be on you. See, the utopian idea is actually a complete fallacy.
Yeah,
there's no possibility of a utopia, at least especially with people being as they are right now. It's just not going to happen. So when look at the current situation in our world right now, and you'll kind of start to see why this idea of creating some kind of a utopia is a bad idea. The main issue that we run into is that whenever we no longer have an enemy to fight, we turn inwards on each other. It's exactly what happened, World War I, World War II, the Cold War. That literally was just this, the entire 20th century was just this long, cycle of everybody making alliances and getting comfortable and sealing themselves off, and then when one thing happens, everybody gets, or basically, somebody gets pissed off at something, and then suddenly war. A lot of people die, and then we all go back to our corners, we regroup, say, okay, we're not going to do that again. Then exactly the same thing happens, and we go right back to it.
Yep. Absolutely. Gangsters and Cops Unite this one. Yeah. Try and take Detroit. Fuck you, man. Fast. I got some duct tape in the truck too. Like, I ain't mad at you, brother. Steffu, I don't ever know what the fuck you're talking about. I just ignore you.
What?
Exactly. Where do I live? Southeast Michigan. Like illegal aliens or like aliens? Never mind. We're gonna move on by that one.
I was going to say, it sounds awful racist talking about aliens.
It does. I think I'm canceled again. All right, so
officially canceled.
So, Barbara, no, Utopia will never work. There's not enough resources for it to work, and people are shitty. You're always going to have shitty people that take advantage of other people. So Barbara Vance, to kind of put a fine point on the question that you asked me. Do I think that I'm not an alarmist, and I really, really try to make sure that people are informed but not scared, because one, it's not worth being scared, because all that does is makes it so you act irrationally. Doesn't really help much. However, I think that we're provoking Russia to an untenable degree. And it gives me a great deal of concern, because I know that we haven't seen everything out of Russia. I didn't say everything is fucked, run away. Fuck you, Sean. Also, I think that Russia will retaliate in some way, in kind, to all the fucked up shit we're doing to them. And I think that we have a price to pay for what we've done. I think we've really not been good arbiters of our system, and that worries me. And we have shit people in control with a failing nation state that could really use it. And desperation is a terrifying place to be in. Fuck you, too, Wild Red. I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth. No, I'm not saying that you did. I'm just answering your question about concern level, and I'm trying to articulate concern level. I'm moderately concerned. I think that when it does break down, or if it does break down, a little bit more on the when side, I think we're in for some hellish times, like my generation and even some of the generation before me have never seen.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not going to be fun.
No, war is never fun, and this is kind of a situation where we've gone so long without a kind of, I mean, I'm not trying to say that, the conflicts of the, the Iraq-Afghan war were not, major, but I mean, I'm just saying we've gone a long time without an absolutely major world-spanning conflict. And yeah, we're, for some reason, we've got it in our heads now that, that's what the way we got to go.
Right.
And I think that's terrifying because a lot of people are going to get killed. And, I mean, all this for what?
For nothing. For
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. I just subverting the U.S. I saw the Bezmenov book. I will look into it. Because yeah, that sounds interesting. I think a national divorce would save a world war.
Good. But then again, I think a national divorce would divorce it into two sides. One side has the guns and the other side is basically got pronouns, and that's it.
Well, yeah, I agree with that 100%. And I know what side I'm on.
Uh-huh. Which just means we could reunite the whole damn thing pretty damn quick. But let's just say that there would have to be some changes along the way.
Richard, a national divorce means a separation of the United States into sort of Balkan states without the preceding civil war. So it's a violenceless compromise, so we don't have to fight it out. It's a more peaceful process.
It used to be. I mean, it was kind of what the original founding of the country was based on, this idea that the states were independent countries under one basic structure. And then we decided, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to just, centralize under one central, government leadership. It's like, no, it's not what the founders intended to do. And you've already done effed it up.
Right. Stevie, you're a fucking liberal, and we all know that. Don't lie. Some of your takes are so fucking soy boy. Baby, you know I love you. I'm just playing. Biden does suck. Bad. Somewhat, yeah. So similar to, yeah, returning power to the states. Yeah. Essentially. But a more balkanization. I think it's 5. Yeah, but the United States as a country and an entity, and what you should want to fight for, is separate from the government. And the United States would still exist. We would just buck the shitty government.
Hey, Jude.
Hey, Jude. Nope, we're just getting into the good stuff. Well, yeah. No, I understand. And it's not a it's again one of those things where if it's going to break anyways, why don't we save people from dying and do it in a way that's advantageous to not destroying the shit out of everything. He does have a really small penis. Yep.
Yep. You just know that as soon as they get that passed and they can actually start taking them away from folks, that the days are numbered.
Yeah, absolutely. Why can't we just accept the fact that the solution is to reduce the federal government? It is. And that's essentially what it does. We just can't get anybody to agree on doing anything. Again, there's no sponsorship. There is an affiliation, just so everybody's aware. I believe very strongly in Convention of States. I think they're trying to save it before it gets to that point. They do great work. Go check them out.
Convention of States is a fantastic idea. Yeah. The only issue that you run into there, of course, is just with all things, you have a finite number of people that are in control of the levers of power, and it doesn't matter what you want to do. They're not going to want to give up those levers of power, and they're not going to give them up willingly.
Right.
Unfortunately, they might be required to be forcibly removed.
Well, not advocating for violence.
No, yeah, okay, fine. Not meaning that kind of, but I mean, just somebody's going to have to just say, look, get the hell out of office. We're done.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. All right, so I heard a beep.
There's a chicken in our stream.
There's a chicken in our stream.
Cluck, cluck, motherfuckers.
How the fuck did you get in without me letting you in, you bitch?
Okay.
I thought you let me straight in.
No, I didn't let you in at all.
I didn't do anything either. I
didn't do shit.
How the fuck
Wait, hang on.
that happen?
Do I have admin privileges here? Hang on.
I hope
no
not.
Shit.
Fuck. What the fuck, dude?
This is great.
Okay,
you want to remove that?
It wasn't me because I can't do jack shit. I'm just sitting here, and then suddenly Hayden kicks me out.
Wait a minute. You have admin privileges?
Apparently.
How the hell did you get admin privileges?
I raided. The Matrix has officially invaded.
He's got that Australian privilege.
I'm kind of freaked out right now.
You're freaked out. I don't like having this kind of power over other people's streams, especially yours. I am removing this admin privileges as soon as I work out how to do it on the phone.
No, hang on, because I want to look at it. How the fuck did you get admin privileges? I mean, I really don't mind if you have it, but I don't want you to have it. No, hang on. I'll be right back.
He is really freaked the fuck out by this.
I say so.
Look, it's entirely reasonable. I mean, unless something has transferred, because I'm admin on Val's channel, so unless something is transferred because he's in the same group as Val on something else, and the admin privileges have sort of bled through that way, it's the only way that I can think about it. That it makes sense.
How the fuck did you get admin privileges?
Well, as I literally just said to Kaiser, the only way that I can think that it's happened is because I've got admin on Val's channel, is maybe it's bled through because it's all part of Gaydon's disciples. So I don't know, unless maybe that's how it's bled through that way.
Nazi fags.
Either way, I should only use my powers for evil.
I see that. I'm freaked out right now. That shouldn't happen, though.
No, you're entirely right. It shouldn't have happened. I have no idea. And yeah, legitimately, I didn't even let myself in. So,
No, I that's why I went out. I went out and checked, and yeah, you have fucking admin. I mean, I truly don't mind, but
I do.
I don't think you're gonna fuck with me, but I mean, you'll fuck with me, but you're not gonna be like, fuck me. Are you gonna fuck me?
No, exactly. No.
No, he can't do it. Only I can do it.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Okay, I'll stop.
The cough at the end is the best part.
Chicken did come in without permission. God damn it. Now you're clicking my buttons.
That's all right. I press those buttons. No, I finally installed an internet connection in my regional office, so it's fine for streaming off my phone, but not quite so much for playing video games. But it's we're getting there.
Okay.
So, actually, speaking of which, I should really look at where's that. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to gate crash, and I was legitimately just going to sit backstage until you guys were on. What have I missed?
We're talking about the downfall of the United States, how dangerous Russia is, and how worried we should be about nuclear annihilation. So we watched.
Yeah, we're kind of fucked.
Yeah, that's what we've come up with.
Yeah,
we're fucked.
Oh yeah, no, I got that much. I was watching the stream on the way down, but it was like going through those different warheads and that sort of thing. I mean, the wife and I already actually have a certain safe word where she knows that if I call her and I use that word, she knows to drop what she's doing, get out of the office, get to our daughter, and then make her way into regional Victoria.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea to have. Is the safe word pineapple?
No, it is not.
Damn it!
It's a fruit, but it's not pineapple. I have no doubt in my mind that the day that ever actually happens and I call her and I use that phrase, she's still going to complain and like question me and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's going to take like a 5-minute, 10-minute phone call and will be completely useless to have already preset that up because she's still going to argue with me.
But yeah, and you guys are closer to both. Well, you're closer to China.
Yeah, that's really what it stems from. Is my paranoia over that.
Yeah. Evacuation word is kiwi.
Nope.
But yeah, I was going to watch this. Has anybody ever heard of infographics? The infographic show?
Yeah, I have heard of them.
They're pretty good with stuff. So this is like a size comparison of military forces because everybody says, oh, they're blah, blah, blah. So, no, I don't think it does.
No, absolutely not. Not at this stage.
No, I think let's be honest. Russia is better at it than we are. They have more. They have supersonics, and we're fucked. If Russia wanted to unleash nuclear hellfire, which would fuck the whole planet forever, so I hope they don't. But if they ever wanted to, they have the advantage there, and it's a significant advantage. So this is size breakdown: Russia and China versus NATO, which is how it will probably end up.
Powerful military alliance in human history versus, well, Russia and China. Who would win an ultimate showdown between the liberal democracies of the West and the autocratic societies of the East, as Russia is increasingly...
I haven't watched this, so I don't know if I agree. We did change our policy to first strike because we're behind. So isn't part of the problem.
That in itself is terrifying.
Yeah. Isn't part of the problem with the EU wanting to have the Iron Dome style? Yeah, it makes Matt off balance, and it's against our treaties. So I've heard of that. I'm not religious, so I don't know. A video of two. Yeah, well, that's one of the interesting things that I want to get into too, is Russia just finished revamping their entire strategic fallout shelters. They have actual strategic fallout shelters for their citizens. The United States does not. They have some hardened centers, but for the mass population, no. There would be probably 300 million that would die in the United States if they unleashed a massive nuclear attack. Like, we're talking 1,200 warheads attack. So, 380 million people, and I think at least 300 million would be dead in the United States. Nobody. Hero.
Okay, firstly, Boulder.
Sorry.
I don't really give a shit that China can't hit the US. Okay, I have every reason to be fucking terrified of them. And I don't understand why the US stopped treating nuclear weaponry as something to be like majorly concerned about. I mean, we all saw, even I saw the old, videos of kids ducking under their tables and all this sort of shit from when it was
during the Cold War.
Thank you. What I don't understand is why this stopped. I mean, if nothing else, how was the government not using this to try and better control the people, as bad as that sounds? How the fuck is this, which is basically a way of galvanizing the US people against a common enemy, not being utilized, if nothing else? And why are people not being told to dig their own bunkers? Like, it's weird as shit. Are they expecting America to get wiped out? Or what? Like, it's mind-blowing.
I think that absolutely they've sold us over to the highest bidder, and they don't care about our existence. That is a completely personal thought. I have shit all to back that up. That is my personal feeling, is they've already sold us down the river and don't give a fuck what happens to us.
Yeah, I agree.
Kaiser, that is the most disappointed I've ever heard in my life. What's the matter, buddy?
I mean, it's just what I mean, it kind of have this moment of just like, well, shit, what are we gonna do, right? I mean, this is fucked, that's fucked, everything's fucked. It's like, well,
this wasn't
shit.
This isn't supposed to be an everything's fucked. This is supposed to be we need to stop the shit before it happens, and that's going to take all of us, and it's going to take action from everyone.
Okay, so let's stop the pity party and let's grab the torches and pitchforks.
I'm game. Well, I'm gay, but I'm game. But I'm game.
Yeah, the problem that I have there is just, I mean, I feel like nobody's willing to, to feel, pardon the phrase, cast the first stone.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's, and if you do, everybody's still okay with the things the way they are, because everybody's fat and happy.
But are they though?
Right now, yeah.
Well, see, that's the problem. They're about to not be fat and happy. I mean, look at you guys are still screaming about the price of eggs. That's not such a big deal for us here. Not going to lie.
Okay.
But the rate of inflation, the way that food is going up. I mean, we literally have people living in their cars here with 3 kids because they can't keep a roof over their heads because inflation's going through the roof. We've got people that just do not give a shit trying to lead a country or look after a population which they do not care about and are not actually looking after the population that they're elected to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, something's going to snap. And it's exactly what you said before. No one wants to throw this first stone. But here's the problem. People are so fucking afraid of throwing the first stone that they're willing to let countries get away with quite literal murder. I keep looking at exactly what's coming out of China with the military activity, with them firing missiles, with them doing whatever, and they're pushing further and further and further past what I would consider the red line of where that we should have stepped in to stop them long ago. At what point is it going to be okay to flip the lid on that button?
I mean, our founding fathers, fought a war over a 2% tax on tea. We're sitting here, literally staring down the barrel of, just complete global annihilation at each other, at our own hand, and nobody's willing to do a damn thing about it.
Yeah.
No, because we're all too fucking concerned about what is going on with the distractions, with fucking race relations, with fucking, gender relations, with any number of all of these distractions that, in theory, mean shit all at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, we're all going to be 6 foot under. No one's going to be able to tell whether or not you had fake boobs or not.
Right.
Yeah. But we've lost.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. They're going to be able to tell whether or not. Exactly.
Sorry, go ahead with your tell whether or not, because it sounded like it was going to be good.
Well, no, I've lost my complete train of thought. Kazi, you got anything?
No,
talking about fake boobs. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just still in the same. I'm still kind of still in the same camp I was. I mean, it's like, again, I come back to we're all sick and tired of this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But again, nobody's willing to fucking do anything about it. And then, of course, now we're sitting here on YouTube, and we're afraid to say the one thing on everybody's mind. Again, it's like, if it's bad enough now that we're talking about it, like, man, this shit really needs to happen, and nobody's willing to fucking do anything about it.
Then it's already past the point of when it probably should have happened.
Right. It's past that point. And I'm like, how much worse is it going to get before something does happen? And I'm honestly, given the way things are going and people's attitudes these days, and, just how absolutely fucking pussified our entire, world has become, I'm not so sure that we're going to ever be able to pull the nose up in time. And, not going to lie, sorry, gonna black pill, grab your depression meds. I kind of think we fucking deserve it at this point.
I don't disagree with you on some of that. I'll say the fucking word. We want it's time for a 1776 repeat. It's time for a revolution. It's time for 100% peacefully, YouTube. Fuck off.
But, yeah, right there. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, it's because we can't say it, because
I know.
Then no, I get what you're saying. I'm not afraid of it. I really like you guys. So
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what needs to happen, and it's absolute bullshit. And it's getting tense, and the more people we can wake up, the more people that we can talk to, the more people we can get our message out to. And it's going to take the fucking small channels, because once you get to 30 or 50,000, you're on their fucking radar, and then you're gone.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it's gonna take people like you and me and well, Hayden's more of a clout chaser than caring about.
Oh, fuck you.
But it's gonna take people like Hayden, and it's gonna take people that are willing to stand up for what's right.
People that are actually willing to shine a light on the shit that they don't want us hearing about. Because people need to know exactly, Boulder. People need to know exactly what the fuck is going on in the shadows so they can actually fight in the shadows.
Yeah.
Right.
It's exactly what it is.
And it is. It's going to come to a head. It's going to come to a point where there's no return for it, because yeah, shit's so tense here. And people are the same way here, man. You can't afford anything. Nothing can, like, people can't go out. People, like, I get it. It's the same way here. You can't afford food. You can't afford a roof. You can't afford fucking electricity when they can have it on.
So the big question for me is, how the fuck do we fix this? Because even if there was a revolt, if all we do is institute the same system, eventually it's just going to, I mean, it might be good for another 300 years. But I mean, how do we fix it? I mean, obviously capitalism's the way to go. But without, and you know what, I don't fucking care, without people calling me a communist, I'm just trying to say, how do we take the greed out of capitalism? Because that is all it is. And the greed and the control is what people are using to justify the terrible things that they're doing to people.
Well, I think that actually goes to more of having a strong, pardon the old pun, having a strong moral foundation there. And unfortunately, we've gotten to a society that, I mean, you can sit there and, say that you're, anti-religious, this or that. But I mean,
I never said anti-religious.
I never said you were. I was just making a general observation.
Gotcha.
I was not calling you out on anything. I wasn't calling anyone out. I'm just saying, I'm just using it as a generalization.
Okay, I will go on the record as saying that I am opposed to any scheme, religious, civilian, or government, that in any way tries to use media or control over the masses.
Okay, so what I was trying to get at there is that, whether or not you want to, believe in some sort of, religious structure there, the fact is, one thing that religion has tried to get right is that they've tried to inculcate a strong moral structure about being better stewards and being good stewards of your fellows. Mm-hmm. Look, again, if you take all the bullshit and the bad decisions that a number of people have made, when you really get down and start reading into the actual text, getting down into the allegory and actually reading what's on the page without any kind of personal bias, it's literally trying to say, look, here's how fucked human nature is. You have got to learn as a person at an individual level to completely buck those natural instincts. Mm-hmm. That is literally the entire purpose behind it. And again, whether you are a religious person or not, you cannot deny that when you really look into the text, when you really understand it, when you actually have done, the theological, footwork, so to speak. And yeah, I have over a number of years. You start to see that there's a strong structure here for a more moralistic society. And that is not just, one specific group of people. I mean, you look at a lot of these different, religious structures, and their idea is basically to build a more moralistic society in some way or another. Those societies are very different because cultures are very different, and everybody kind of comes at it from a different direction, but the fundamentals are the same across the board. don't be a piece of shit to your neighbor. I mean, it just kind of blows my mind that the one time, again, allegorical or not, the one time we get something like one guy who comes along and says, hey, maybe we should just all be nice to each other and not fuck with each other's shit and just try and get along. We nail the fucker to a piece of wood. Just saying.
Why do I feel like Kaiser's yelling at me?
He's not. He's just giving a lecture that I'm more than happy to sit and listen to.
Yeah, I'm making a point. I'm not specific. Like I said, I'm not targeting anyone with anything in that regard. And hey, I fully support whatever. I mean, as long as you raise your families and your children and hold yourselves to a higher moral standard, I have no issue. That's it. That's all it is.
I'm just messing with you, Kaiser. I love you, buddy, and I love your opinion. I think that I am not religious, and I have my reasons for that, and don't feel like I need to go into it. But I feel like
you don't need to justify yourself.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with you for the most part on that. I think that people are terrible, and you get into a situation where only one thing's important, and it all goes to hell. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I've been everywhere on the spectrum of bullshit, and I've never changed the person that I am, and a lot of people can't say that. So
no, I can't say that because you fuckers turned me from a centrist to a right.
Well, it hurts knowing the truth sometimes, Hayden, but you're better for it. You're better for it, buddy.
Oh, look, don't get me wrong. Obviously, I still try and hate all politicians equally and try and see things from both sides. But, I mean, for example, that bullshit that I read through this morning, oh, my God.
What bullshit did you read through this morning? Oh, on that.
You're kidding me, right?
No, I got what you're.
Yeah.
I was thinking something else. I was like, never mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I got
but I mean, that's one example of what I'm talking about. It was being way too distracted with things that at the end of the day do not matter.
Yeah. There's very little that actually
But
matters.
anyway.
So to what Jacob Wagner is saying in chat there. So Kaiser, I don't want to discount the idea, but we need a universal solution that doesn't require a governing principle or interpersonal relationships based on morals. He kind of goes on to later say morals are too fluid from one person to another to base a society off of. I disagree with that fact. And I think, honestly, a lot of what we've got right now, a lot of our basis and understanding of, if you want to call it anything, call it a Judeo-Christian, moral structure, is definitely a very, prevalent these days. But I mean, you look at across the world, all the various types of, religious doctrines that exist. But when you get right down to it, a lot of what they really come down to is just trying to just build a more structured and, I guess you could say, tempered society, a better, people that are better and seek trying to think of the best way to put this here. So basically seeking some sort of self-improvement. So, Jude kind of hits it there. Respect yourself, then others. That's definitely a big thing there. And again, I'm not saying that we all need to go to church and convert. That's not what I'm saying here. Do your own damn research. Do your own damn thing. figure out where you're at and, you know, just hold yourself true to it and try to make yourself better every day. And, you know, just try to not treat your neighbor like an asshole. I don't think there is a one-size-fits-all solution to this. And I think that every single person, I get it. You want a one-size-fits-all solution. That doesn't fucking exist. Everyone, everywhere has to make their own decisions every day. They need to get up and they need to be able to look themselves in the mirror and say, what kind of person am I going to be today? Because, I mean, from a personal perspective, I'll tell you, there was a time, really not even that too long ago, probably within the last decade, I was not the kind of person that you see me being today. I was constantly angry. I was an asshole. Hated everyone and everything. And let's just say I drove a lot of people out of my life.
Okay.
There, and I kind of had a bit of a moment there where I kind of just realized, and crazy to say, it was actually at my grandfather's funeral that I got to meet people that this man had, I mean, like, individually affected their lives, and found out, you know, after the fact, how big of shoes and how big of a shadow he cast. And then I just kind of had a moment where I'm like, I'm not living my life to any kind of standard or potential that I would be proud of. And I could sure as hell know that if my granddad knew who I really was, you know, then he probably would have given me a lot more shit. And I just kind of decided at that point that I'm like, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not treating people like this. So, I mean, I kind of started making it a goal of mine to try and, even in the smallest interactions on a day-to-day basis, try and be the best part of everyone's day. Trust me, there are a lot of people that I talk to in my day-to-day and my job and other things where I'm just like, I really want to say what's on my mind, and that that negative side comes out. But, you know, I just realize what's going on, force it back down, and I try to actually brighten their day a little bit, even if the last thing I want to do is talk to that person.
Yeah, kill them with kindness.
Yeah, and it's I'm not gonna lie, I struggle, and I fall and, you know, screw up more times than I care to mention, but I keep trying to do better every day. And that's kind of the basis for my idea on a more moralistic society, is trying to just be less of an absolute piece of shit to my fellow man.
Yeah, and so we have to try and be better every single day. And I appreciate you sharing that, because it doesn't sound like you're having fun doing it.
No, it's definitely a tough topic.
So I just want you to know I appreciate it. And
yeah.
And it's one of those things that you don't have to have the religious aspect to not treat your fellow man like complete dog shit. And you also have to, we're flawed people. I'm a flawed man. Sometimes very flawed. But I'm doing my damn best. And I'm okay with that.
At the end of the day, so as long as you're striving to be a better person than you were yesterday, then you're a decent human being. And the whole argument over, you know, whether or not someone's morals may be different to yours, I think, Jacob, we can all agree, though, there are certain morals that should be considered universal. I don't think there's anybody here that would agree that killing a person to take their things is morally okay, shall we say. I do think that there are a certain level of things that could easily be worked into society that aren't necessarily at the moment that everyone can agree on, irrespective of age, gender, race, moral behavior, whatever else, okay? Who's playing with Lego in the background? I'm going to say Mighty.
It's not me. It's totally me.
See? Flawed individuals. I mean, it's the same thing. Like people continuously ask me how I can consider myself to be an ethical person if I'm not religious.
Okay.
Ethics, morals, and religious belief are not the same thing. Whilst two of those things may be underpinned by the other, yes, I can see that brain freeze zone. I get it. Australians are especially flawed. Yes, but we make up for that in other ways, like our legendary resilient livers.
And their little peepees.
Oh, shut up. Fuck! What was I going to say?
God damn it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to throw you off that bad.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the point is, so as long as everybody stops, takes a second to look at what they've done with their lives, I mean, at the end of the day, people, what exactly is it that we are going to leave behind when we're dead and buried? I'm sure as hell not going to be leaving behind something that I'm not proud of. I think that's really what I'm aiming for every goddamn day, is to make an impact on the world that is going to be remembered, but remembered in a good way. And even if that forms a basis for me determining my own morals, I see that as fine.
Well, you look at the people that came before us and how they needed significantly less stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They needed, and stuff's just a placeholder for. It's
my money, my problems.
With so much
Yeah.
less, you know. As long as they were
Mind you, they also live significantly shorter lifespans than we did, but that's neither here nor there. It's the whole thing. You can be... Money doesn't necessarily make you happy.
No, not at all.
What it will do is make your problems more pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can be the poorest person in the world, but you can also be the happiest. You genuinely can. I've met people that have had less than $1 to their name, but they have been some of the most amazing people, and they make it work.
Yep.
And then I have seen people who have been absolute miserable fuckers who, again, have had less than $1 to their name. And then they haven't necessarily had to strive for what they've received, but, then they might be classed as, say, middle class. And they're still miserable fuckers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a whole thing with, if you gain money, you're always going to find ways to get rid of it.
Yep.
And that isn't necessarily going to be beneficial. So, he's texting me.
It's not going to help much of anything, actually.
Need a system that doesn't rely on a moralistic society based on a structure perpetually builds itself rather than fights religious wars. Yeah, that'd be nice, honestly, if we could I am one of the proponents of religion needs to be separated from the state, okay? I get that that's not necessarily something that everyone across the board is going to agree with, but I do legitimately believe that a person's personal beliefs should be separate from the governing body. That's just the way that's my own personal belief anyway. Because when you do take people's interpretations of... I mean, we get the same thing with legislation, okay? The Constitution of Australia, the American Constitution with that comma in the Second Amendment, interpretation of shit leads to fighting, okay? And for lack of a better term, and forgive me, Judeo-Christians in the audience, the interpretation of a bunch of stories from centuries ago does vary from person to person. Some people see some very different shit in that book. Okay.
Yeah.
So if we're able to,
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's all right. No, it's all good. It's all good. I didn't want to interrupt. What did you say?
No, I was just going to say that, and what's even more to build off what you were saying there. I mean, the books of themselves have been so interpreted and reinterpreted time and time again to fit the languages that, I mean, you're talking about, you know, in a lot of these cases, books that are over 2,000 years old or something, that the words don't even actually exist anymore. So it's when you, I mean, in a lot of these cases, you have to go back to one of the things that I originally really loved about the pastor that I had most recently was that he would actually go back to the original, like, you know, as far back as he could track in a lot of times, because he would actually study ancient Greek. And so like going back to the original Greek translations. Yep. And you find out that the same word in Greek translated to English does not fit. It's a complete, doesn't work. And it doesn't give the right convection of the idea. So yeah, there's kind of a thing there. I mean, you're talking about translating written language or from an oral language and stuff like that didn't exist. And I mean, how many times was it probably translated
into other languages?
From, Aramaic and other previous languages to that before it finally got to the old Greek.
Yeah, and then let's not forget that we have exactly, and then let's not forget that we have the interpretation of a bunch of people that may or may not have picked and choose which stories to include in that as well. That's neither here nor there either. Now, I do want to go back because I did see a comment from Barb, and I just want to where'd it go?
Let me hit
opinions lead to conflict. Oh. Sorry, opinions lead to conflict. Period. Exactly. So, as far as I'm concerned, if we're going to set up a system that is based on morality, then frankly, that morality can only be boiled down to things that can be completely objective, that cannot be subjected to anybody. So it's literally, I do think that that's exactly what the founding fathers of the American Constitution, and yes, I'm aware, I'm Australian, I'm not supposed to be commenting on this, fuck off. I think that's what they were trying to do. I think that's what the whole point of the American Constitution was that they were establishing the things that are, it's in the wording, isn't it? Inherent in every single man under the sun, or words to that effect.
Inalienable
Gentlemen, please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you. That's exactly what I was going for.
Oh my God.
Yes. Okay, let's forget about the fact that they're given to you by God, just because that's the little bit that is an argument at the moment. Okay, those inalienable rights, okay? Is there anybody that thinks that we would be in any way able to rewrite those better so that they were purely objective and could never, ever be considered to be subjective to anybody?
No.
No, of course not, because we're human.
But I mean, yeah, somebody's going to it is possible to try and do that, but somebody's going to reinterpret it, the reinterpretation, and then we're going to be right back to square one, because that's what humans do. We look for any kind of a little,
loophole,
gap in the armor, so to speak.
Yeah, and look, that's the whole point of what lawyers do half the time. That's what we're doing. That's what defense attorneys do. That's what civil litigators do when they're arguing on behalf of their client. They're looking for every single fucking loophole that they can in that chink in the armor to weasel something through.
Yep,
right.
I agree.
Let me hit a couple. What's up, Jimmy?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I got scolded by Dad. He was mad. If I do not believe in the word of God, where is the basis for your morality? It comes with me and having a look at myself in the mirror and know what I've done and making a lot of fucking mistakes in my past.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing that that's not the way I want to go. I don't know.
Spirituality was a construct that came around mainly in the 1800s.
Yeah, I agree with that. It shouldn't, but we should have a moral compass that I don't know. And it's a tough, because men, and I say men, I don't have to explain myself here. Men are fallible, and we're going to try and fuck people out of certain things. And that's, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's the word of God, right? So the baby killing, genocide, and slavery is good morals. And I know that isn't popular with some people, and probably not you, Kaiser. But yeah, there's a lot of things that are very barbaric. So if we're
I'm not going to pretend that we. Sorry, I'm not going to pretend that we didn't fuck up. We did.
Right.
And see, but that's the point, though. It's a subjective interpretation to justify certain things. I mean, look, it's the whole thing with. I mean, admittedly, what's his face did it brilliantly in the what do you call it, in the West Wing. I'm sure plenty of people have seen it. The scene where he's going, you know, if I'm to sell my daughter into slavery, what's a perfect price? Or, you know, do I really have to stone my neighbor for him planting crops side by side, or all that sort of stuff? These are all things that are subjective. And they're all things that people are not necessarily proud of. So it is what it is. At this point, people, we basically just need to pick ourselves up, accept that we all have flaws, galvanize ourselves as a society, and move the fuck on before we implode.
Yeah. We're getting to a point where we're so much more willing to, you know, especially right now with this current cultural movement and everything, that we're more likely to attack somebody, you know, even not just, you know, with words, but also physically, just on the basis of them having a different point of view than ours. That's wrong as hell. And we need to get that idea out of our heads, because, I mean, if you really go back to what is the foundation of our Western civilization, you're not even going to find that it's necessarily religion. One of the main things you're going to find is the Socratic method. And you're not going to find a much more, you know, cut and dry, very, you know, non-religious, but, you know, logical point of view than the Socratic method. And let's just be honest. I mean, how much better would our society be if you could look at somebody in the eye and say, I don't agree with what you're saying, but let's talk through it. Let's learn more about it. And let's kind of reconcile the things that we, you know, let's build a basis on the foundation of what we can agree on. And then on the things we don't agree on, how about we try and at least come to some sort of level of consensus, even on the ideas that where we can't come to that, though, we agree that each of us has our own fundamental right to have our own belief in that. And nobody's willing to do that.
So one, it comes down to the fact that we are flawed and won't admit our flaws, and because that is a weakness, and people aren't willing to do that. Two, it comes down to the
pride is not great.
Right. Two, it's about so much more. So what is an acceptable? What's an acceptable truth to you? What's you say one of those things where chat, I like spirited discussion, but let's not get at each other. We all love each other here. So this is one of those things where, what do we agree on? What is one fundamental thing that everybody, all 380 million people, agree on?
Yeah.
Like, is there anything that anybody can come up with that we all agree on?
I mean, you know, I would just say you probably should leave everybody the fuck alone.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's
in general sense in life.
but that's a you belief. Like that's
Again,
Karens don't think that. They think that they
No.
should, you say we do all like boobs. So more boobs from Apostle Steve. Water's wet, agreed upon. Yeah, but I think that's as far as it could go. I mean, I don't know, so I won't guess, but there are at least tens of thousands of people in prison that thought murder was okay. Like, we want to talk about that being okay. So, yeah, I mean, you want to talk about it's uncomfortable and we don't want to go there, but is kid diddling acceptable? To all of us, it's a no, but there are people out there that think it is. And we see that more and more. I mean, so there's the things that you would get consensus on. And of course, those would be, but Jacob, again, that's your thought. That's your belief. Not everybody thinks that way. We're talking about fundamental things that we can agree upon as a society that aren't okay.
You can find somebody that will say that up is down and left is right. I mean,
right. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're never going to, and that's why it's an imperfect system, and we have disagreements in different places and different things, because to get everyone to agree or everyone to say that this is a fundamental truth of anything is impossible. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
There is no baseline. So
yeah, there is no baseline. The idea of I guess I would say that in that regard, I mean, the concept of a universal structure of, for lack of a better word, morals, because again, I can't figure out a better word than that, but a basic, a universal structure from which to build, that kind of agreement on. I mean, that moralistic structure on doesn't exist. It will never exist, and it cannot exist because human beings are what they are.
Right.
We're just going to have to take our best stab at it and hope for the best.
Yeah. Ozzy, I don't know if you heard any of that.
Sorry, I had to take a conference call. I was just being quiet until I caught up.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're totally fine. I just wanted you to know what we just said. So basically I said we can't agree on anything as fundamental. We can't, I mean, there are tens of thousands of people in prison that think murder was okay. There are things that we think are abhorrent that people think are okay. So there is no consensus or baseline as much as we'd like there to be.
Yeah. So by that argument and that logic, then whatever system is in place cannot be based on morals.
Right.
So would it be better to base it solely on the fundamental betterment of human life as a whole? Like, I mean, at what point do we start thinking that the Vulcans got it right and we start using logic as opposed to anything else, which is a fucking terrifying thought.
The Vulcans fucked up a lot.
True.
I think. Never mind.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail you, Ozzy. Go ahead.
No, I lost what I was. I was pretty sure I was done saying what I was saying anyway. I was waiting to see what Marty had to say.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it was me that you derailed. No, I'd rather not. Yeah.
Pussy.
Fuck, I can't even pick you because you just come back.
I'm loving this.
Well, gentlemen, it's 12:30 a.m. here. I have got to get to bed.
No, I appreciate you coming on, buddy. And we can all agree that pineapple belongs on pizza.
No, fucking no. You bastard.
Dude, we can't even. People as a whole can't even agree which is better, tomato sauce, tomato paste, or barbecue sauce on pizza. So fuck off with the pineapple.
The answer is barbecue sauce if you're putting barbecue chicken on the pizza, which is fucking bomb.
You put chicken on your pizza?
Oh, yeah. Barbecue. You've never had barbecue chicken pizza?
Of course I haven't. Just fucking with you. Relax.
Oh. I was like, Jesus Christ, dude. You need to live a little bit. But all right. I'm not gonna keep Kaiser anymore.
No. Go get some sleep, dude.
I was just gonna say my high school English teacher who did our first debate class had one thing she said that has stuck with me my entire life. And she said, there are 3 topics in all the world that no one will ever agree on at any point in time, ever. And that is politics, religion, and pizza toppings.
Accurate.
And my God, that woman was spot on.
Wasn't she just?
Very accurate.
Mind you, when you think about it, everything else falls under the banner of politics and religion, really. Everything else is just pizza toppings.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much for having me on. I don't know what my schedule is going to look like this week, but, you know, anytime I get the opportunity to come on with these chuckle fucks, I'm absolutely happy to do so because they're an awesome bunch of guys.
I appreciate it, buddy. And you're welcome anytime. You know that. But we all have lives. And Mighty's back, baby. So you can relax. Oh.
I'm out.
And can I just say, Kaiser, you did a brilliant job filling in for him as well while he was gone.
Oh,
he did.
Well, I appreciate that because I'm looking at my numbers right now from my analytic numbers on my videos from the last week. And I'm thinking I might need to upgrade to a better streaming setup a lot sooner than I had originally anticipated because my view counts have gone through the goddamn roof in 1 week.
Yeah.
I mean, none of those streams from last week is under 3 hours. Like, you know, all of them are over 3 hours, 3.5. I mean, Friday was 4. And I mean, I'm watching the view counts. They're still climbing. 118, 114, 111, and they're still going up. And I had a really good time filling in and doing those shows and talking about stuff. So apparently people actually give a shit about what I like to talk about. So like, all right, let's keep this going. But I'm going to have to figure out some way to schedule this and figure out some way to do it in a way that doesn't interfere with Mighty's schedule because I don't want to interfere with what he's doing over here, and I still want to be able to be invited on.
Same with same thing Ozzy told me. You don't have to worry about me, but you said it better, Ozzy. I don't know what the fuck you said. I only listened to half of it.
Yeah, I gather that. Kaiser, what he's trying to get across is that none of us are beholden to each other. Do not feel afraid to step on people's toes, okay?
I know. Okay. For me, it's more of a respect thing, you know, but that's also
that's what I said.
You'll get over that.
At me.
What'd you say? Yell at you.
All right.
I'm not going to yell. I can't be stuff yelling at you. Point is, Kaiser, at the moment, for lack of a better term, in a little microcosm, I'm Nick, Mighty's Joe, your vices, okay? For our little microcosm here. Mighty got over stepping on my toes real fucking quick. Okay? You feel free to stream whenever it suits you, and you cover whatever the fuck you feel like, okay?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, bitch. I stepped on your toes one time, and I gave you advance notice and advance warning. And the only reason I did was the Michigan State thing, wasn't it?
I am trying to give Kaiser a beat up here, okay, Mighty? Stop taking the piss out of it.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a true Wisconsin goodbye, isn't it?
Rub your fucking shoes right in my face. Step all over me.
Oh, it's just a long
Love you,
goodbye
Father.
here.
Go get some
Okay,
sleep.
so I just want to say to the chat there, I love you all. Yeah, it's very good. You know, you're.
That wasn't me. It was the asshole who's laughing uncontrollably.
Sorry, Kaiser, that was hilarious though. Don't stress.
I can hear you.
He's gonna take these powers away from me so quickly.
Your laugh was the dead giveaway. So, okay.
Not Kaiser.
Anyway, you know, have a good night, guys. Love you all. Chat, you're awesome. You know, get fucked. Bye.
I didn't even get a proper goodbye. I gotta get fucked for you being an asshole.
You love it. You thrive on the get fucked.
I love to get fucked. Pay a lot of money to get fucked. All right, we're having such a good conversation, and it went into degeneracy so quick.
When does it not? You sound surprised by this.
I don't know. Just one time. Just one time. It could be wholesome and beautiful.
Anyway, aren't you supposed to be going over to Just for Game now?
Yeah, I just realized that it's 12:30, so I'm probably I probably pissed everybody off at this point. So
I mean, at least you knew that I wasn't showing up. But you, actually, to be fair, she's going to be pissed off when I realise that I was sitting here on your channel. But it's not like the connection would have held up anyway. So anyway, thanks very much, chat. The chicken says hello and goodbye, and I'm going to leave Meaty to do his thing. So I'll see you all tomorrow for the trial. Adios.
I was hoping you'd give me your Aussie. You're not a piece of shit. Blah blah blah.
Oh, you want the? Okay, all right. Hang on. Okay, people. Look into the chicken's eyes. Look very closely. You are not a piece of shit. You contribute to society, even if all it is by hitting the like and subscribe buttons. You good?
Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for showing up and hanging out with us. Got a little heated, but we all love each other. Everybody have a wonderful night. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. Yeah, I probably should ask you offline, not on.
You're welcome if you want in.
No, I mean, are you gonna dump to me still?
Oh yeah, if you're ready to go when the trial ends, I'll happily dump across to you.
Okay, so I'm gonna move my noon show until towards the end of trial, and then have him dump some people across so we can get some new people in here too. So, but yeah, that's all for me. Everybody have a great night. I'm heading over to Jessica Reloaded's, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Good night.
Fuckers.